Good
Morning, sir.
Good morning. All right, y'all, everybody about ready to go? Jerry? I want to remind everyone that there's no picture taking from the audience, no videos, no recording this matter in any way other than that's been authorized. I don't want people flashing cameras and everything. We have an authorized photographer and authorized video maker, but nobody from the public be walking around taking pictures. Don't engage with these parties, the attorneys. Stay on that rail there is for a reason. Public stays on one side of the rail, attorneys and the client stays on this side of the rail. Don't engage and cross the rail unless you're employed by some of these attorneys. No picture taking, no video making. All right, y'all ready?
I can get one in the restroom.
Okay, quick as everybody gets ready, we'll resume where we were. Oh, yeah, we're just about to,
I'm
but
sorry.
need a second, we'll give it to you. They're ready now.
Judge,
Yes, hang on a second.
yesterday, I went to the rail, wanted to make sure that I didn't waive any of my objections to witnesses based on discovery violations. Can I make my record on this witness real quick?
You can, just hold the jury for a second, go ahead.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, Mr. Hodges was provided in discovery on November the 21st, 2024 as a witness disclosure by the state, document 84 in the record. In that particular discovery disclosure, it states that any written, recorded, or otherwise preserved statement previously disclosed to the defense would be used. Any of the exhibits other than, I don't know if he's going to try to introduce, I believe it states exhibit 17, 19.
Is that the map looking thing?
The map, 19.
If,
Your Honor, I'm having an objection to this one. I do mind not waiving my objection, but I think it would be more appropriate for the witness just to identify by points where they're located as opposed to indicating a path, just where they saw if the judge is going to allow introduction of the other exhibits, it should only indicate the points on the map where these particular locations are.
if it's, I don't know exactly how Ms. Quinn is intending to you, Mr. Creekmore was questioning this witness. Who was questioning this witness anyway?
I thought he said to who we're going to approach, which is why I got it.
Well, we don't have to because nobody.
I'm going to see prior to its introduction. I'm going to see how it's handled and give you an opportunity after when it's handled.
As far as a discovery violation, this has not been previously provided in discovery.
Your Honor, my response is there is a PowerPoint, I believe, has been previously provided to them. There's a PowerPoint and this is a slide in that PowerPoint.
Your Honor, that particular PowerPoint that we were provided, that is not the document. That PowerPoint was not provided on the 21st of November. It was provided somewhere around 26th of November, I believe.
I'm going to, depending on how, it's hard to me. It's hard to me to judge a contest to see exactly how it's handled. As the testimony develops, if you have an objection, I'll hear what they have to say and how they plan to do it. But generally, I'm gonna probably consider this as some kind of demonstrative evidence that I'll probably let in, but I'm not making that ruling until I see how it develops. Okay.
Your Honor, I guess procedurally, I kind of got off onto my second part of the argument. I need to know whether the court's going to provide a ruling that it is in fact or is not in fact a discovery violation first, so we can go that far.
I am going to, if they were here drawing a map today, went on a piece of chalkboard, saying our testimony is he started here, moved to there, I would not find a discovery violation. If they have a pre-drawn document, I'm in all likelihood going to consider that not to be a discovery violation as well.
And likewise, Your Honor, for the record, I need a ruling from the court on whether or not Mr. Hodges' disclosure on the 21st of November was a discovery violation or not.
I'm not finding a discovery violation at this time.
Thank you.
And I'm not making a ruling on the admissibility of this document at this time. If there's, I'll let you make an objection, and you don't have to. You can stand up and say, the court, Your Honor, no prior objection, and I will rule on you at that time after I see how it's handled. Okay.
Yes,
And Your Honor, I think what we have previously provided as far as a demonstrative evidence was a rough draft. I think it'll change as the trial progresses, depending on the evidence that comes in.
The demonstrative evidence, I'm not going to say necessarily has to be if it coincides with the witness testimony, I'm going to let you draw exhibits as you go.
Honor, I know that you've allowed me, I just want to make sure this record is clear. Half of the defendant, we're not going to have to hop up and do this discovery.
You've well documented your objection to discovery violations, and at any time you wish to call that to court's attention, say, and
Thank you, Honor.
and I will rule. There may be specific things that I say is a discovery violation, and some that are not anyway. Okay, but I'll note your record. But continue to make contemporaneous objection. You don't have to go in. You can.
If I hadn't objected in a while, I'll just object.
Just throw in. There hasn't been a problem with that so far. Anyway. All right. You may show the jury in, please. Good morning. Hope everyone had a good evening and a good meal yesterday. I trust no one had any problems with the court instructions not to investigate the case, discuss the case, form expressing opinions. If you ever have any problems in those regard, let the court know. But You
I do.
are still on the same oath, sir, and we'll continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's going to be. All right. Detective Hodges, yesterday, we were talking about the time stamp on the Molly Bar Trail surveillance. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you had to do some extrapolating of the time. When you went down there, you noticed that it was not current time. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
explain that to the jury?
We got the video the first time. We noticed that the video was incorrect that we downloaded, so went back.
And if you don't mind, speak up a little bit.
So went back and upon checking the system settings, it was set in Greenwich Mean. And it said that we needed to subtract 5 hours. After doing that, noticed the time was still off. So using my watch and looking at the time on the live stream, noticed that it was an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes off for a total of 12 hours and 52 minutes.
All right. So the first thing you noticed that affected the time stamp was that the setting was incorrect
Yes, sir.
because it was set to Greenwich time,
Greenwich Mean Time. Yes, sir.
Greenwich Mean Time. And here is what?
Central Standard Time,
All right, and that difference was
5 hours.
5 hours.
Yes,
So you made that adjustment in the setting. And when you look at the time, there was still a discrepancy, correct?
yes, sir.
And that's not looking at this videotape. That was looking at their system, comparing it to the actual surveillance system at that time, correct?
Yes, sir. The live feed.
All right, so when you're looking at the live stream, you made the Greenwich time adjustment of 5 hours. It was still off by how many hours in minutes?
After the Greenwich Mean Time, 7 hours and 52 minutes.
All right, so when you put those together, what was the total amount of time that the system was off?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Now, I believe when you made that adjustment, you went and looked at the time around 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning on July the 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that you were able to secure that footage and you see the car, Jay Lee's car, coming in at a particular time to Molly Bar Trails on July 8th, 2022, correct?
It's July 7th on the video.
No, I mean, when you account for the time change, what time on July 8th, 2022 does Jay Lee's car enter into the Molly Bar Trails parking lot?
Around 7:25 that morning.
Now then,
Around 7:25 that morning.
all right. Now, how much footage did you look at from that day, from the Molly Bar Trail surveillance system?
Up until the vehicle was towed.
Okay. Now then, and we're going to come back to when the vehicle was towed and how you know that. But when you first began looking at video surveillance from Molly Bar Trail's apartment complex, what were you looking for?
Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right. And you saw Jay Lee's vehicle. Did you see anything else?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
Minutes later, you'll see Mr. Herrington run.
Objection, Your Honor, there's been no foundation laid that he knows Mr. Herrington whatsoever.
I'll ask you to,
All right.
till a proper foundation is laid, that jury will disregard that last answer.
So after Jaylee's car comes in, you see an individual leaving shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that you saw that individual, were you able to identify?
At that time, no.
Okay. So at that time, you saw that individual leaving the parking lot, Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, did you try to find whether that person could have been seen on surveillance cameras coming in?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anybody walking into Molly Bar Trails that matched that description?
No, sir.
All right. Now, if you could tell the jury about the camera system at Molly Bar Trails.
It's a camera at the entrance. Like I said yesterday, it's one way in, one way out. The only cameras around the complex are right there at the front office.
All right. And behind Molly Bar Trails, are there any walking trails, running trails?
No, sir.
It's just the airport fence and some trees, correct?
The airport fence and woods.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 18.
Let me catch up from yesterday. 18, you say?
And if I can inquire whether that's being, the screen, it should be able to be seen by all the parties in the courtroom.
Everybody got that on your, all right, and on the big screen. All right, 18 has been admitted into evidence. We may just publish it to the jury.
All right. Detective Hodges, we have queued the video up to, it looks like 2025. I'm sorry? All right, and if you could, remind the jury of what road that is where we see traffic going back and forth.
That is Molly Bar Road.
Okay. All right, now that, if someone were to turn in, is that a roadway as well? Or is that just the entrance?
That is just the entrance to Molly Bar Trails apartment.
Hold on one second.
That,
Foundation.
I'm gonna let him buy that one anyway. Go ahead.
All right,
That is the entrance to Molly Bar Trails apartments.
all right. All right, I'm gonna back it up to 2024 at the 45-second mark.
Good morning.
I'm sorry. It's at the 2017 mark. Sorry about that. All right, we're at queued up at 2016-55. All right. Do you see that car entering into Molly Bar Apartments?
Yes, sir. I did.
We did.
Got it back? All right, were you able to identify that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Whose vehicle was it?
That's Jaylee's vehicle.
All right. And then from this same footage, you said you saw an individual leaving shortly thereafter, correct? I'm going to cue it up to just before 2026. All right. They're at 202640.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were testifying to, what you observed on the video?
2026, yes, sir.
Okay. 2026 and 40 seconds, right?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Were you able to observe what that individual was wearing?
Appears to be a hoodie.
All right. Can you see the image being depicted there at the timestamp that's represented on here at the 2026:37 mark?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, taking into account the time adjustment that you made, can you tell the jury what the actual time this was?
That is around 7:34.
7:34 a.m. on what day?
July the 8th.
Now then, going back to, just for the record, can you describe what that individual in that exhibit is wearing?
It appears to be a light colored hoodie, and if you can play it a little bit more, I want to say he was wearing dark colored shorts.
Socks and shoes?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe them?
The shoes are white.
Were you able to observe any other items of clothing? Can you play it again?
Looks like he might have something around his neck.
Okay. All right. I played it back. All right, at the 37 mark, said it appears like there was something around his neck
Yes, sir.
that was not part of that hoodie.
Objection, Your Honor, to the lady.
I sustain the objection.
Was what you observed around the neck part of the hoodie?
Your Honor, objection, that's a video speaks for itself, Your Honor.
Rephrase your question.
If you can, describe what he had around the hoodie.
Appears to be a darker colored piece of clothing or something.
If you don't mind, speak up. Now I'm going to hand you what's already been received in evidence. That's 13. That's going to be the records from Bandit Towing. And I believe you testified that they recorded that they reported down to Molly Bar Trails apartment complex on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were looking through all of the video, were you able to see the Jay Lee's car being towed from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
You observed that when you were looking through those videos?
Yes, sir.
Did you already know that Bandit Towing, through those records, had towed Jay Lee's car on July the 8th, 2022 at 1:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you compare that time to the time on the video where you observed Bandit Towing Jay Lee's car from Molly Bar Trails Apartments?
Yes, sir.
Was it the exact same time extrapolation difference that you made in relation to the time that you saw Jay Lee's car entering into Molly Bar Trails and the individual walking out?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with the adjustments that you made?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to confirm that your adjustments were accurate and correct based on the time records from Bandit Towing
Yes, sir.
and the video from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Now then, and you exhibit 19. Can you identify that?
This map,
Yes, sir.
it's a route showing the,
Objection is what has to be identified. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, you've seen it.
They can identify, they'll have objection.
Can you identify it?
it's a map showing,
Don't, just,
Just
yes
yes
or
or
no?
no for now.
yes,
You can't identify it. Is there anything on that exhibit that is inconsistent with what you just testified to?
no, sir.
All right. Now, it's already been identified as just for ID only. But I want you to look at it and I want you to see if there is an indication of the video from Rainbow Cleaners.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could, take this pen where that's indicated and mark
Before we get started marking, let me look at the exhibit, because I know we've had some alternate objections and such, and I want to make sure we're all on the same. Okay, we want to make sure that was the path I was. Go ahead. Okay,
Your Honor, let me
I'll
state my
listen
objection.
to your objection now. Go ahead.
I've objected time and time again about the relevance of any of this until we've established a crime, which we haven't. What this exhibit shows, what the evidence at this point in time is Keziah Carter leaving and traveling back, dropping our client off at his apartment. This car video that they're talking about, the only connection they've shown, the car coming back at this point in time is leaving Jay Lee's apartment at 558. On this map, it indicates a route going to our client's apartment. That is not in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
This route here going to,
I'm
They're
gonna-
indi-
I'm-
they're
I'm-
indi- let me
prior
finish,
to-
Your Honor.
hang on a
They're-
second. Prior to the introduction of this map in its entirety like it is now, the state will have to lay a foundation as to where these items are, where each of these locations are anyway.
Your Honor, I want to be perfectly clear. The video on Rainbow Cleaners, they testified to identified in an exhibit. The video at Rebel Drive, they've identified in an exhibit. Out of order, no connection to any crime, no connection to any killing, no connection to any murder, but the court's allowed it to happen. The Rocket Quick Mart video, it's in the exhibit. CD Webb video, Molly Barr, all these exhibits, absolutely zero evidence has been submitted that Lafayette Place Apartments has anything to do with this car that they're referencing in this. At this point in time, Your Honor, this map is inconsistent with the proof that they've laid in evidence at this time. If they'll just put Jay Lee's house on here, his apartment, and put it through there on this particular map, I don't have an objection because that's what the proof is. They show Jay Lee's apartment, leaving in his car, and a car going to Molly Bar. That is the evidence right now. And I'm going to object to anything else on top of that. There's nothing whatsoever that Lafayette Place or my client's apartment has anything to do at this point in time. Or a car leaving from Lafayette Place. The Jay Lee's car ever left from Lafayette Place at this point in time. They don't have any video from Lafayette Place to say they left from that location. What we have right now at 558, Jay Lee's car leaving. And they're going through these cameras from Rainbow, Rockets to Molly Bar. That is the proof. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything more than that, at this point in time, Your Honor, I'm objecting to, and it'd be improper for it to be admitted. If they want to put that map in right now, that's fine. It's misleading to this jury that there's any video, any evidence whatsoever. When he says that's the route of this car, that is not consistent with anything they can submit this time, or any proof that they're ever going to submit in this court of law.
I'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, it's our case in chief. We do anticipate a interview, 2 interviews, one with the defendant at his apartment, one with the defendant at the sheriff's department.
Well, put it on.
I mean, at the police department. We're going to.
Put the map on that.
We're gonna talk. I gave you a chance to talk more. Give Rick more chance to talk.
He admits that Jay Lee came to Lafayette Place that morning.
Hang on.
All right.
Let me just tell
That-
you
that-
this. Let me tell you this. I'm gonna let you talk about this map at this time. And I'm going to let you talk about what the location of Lafayette Place apartment is at this time. In relation to Rainbow Cleaners, I'm not going to let you say that is the route that was taken at this time. You can say, let the officer identify where Lafayette Place apartment was. You can let the officer identify where did Mr. Carter say he carried Mr. The defendant back to, but at this point, I'm not going to let you testify that you can start your route at Molly Bar Trails, and as far as a route of the vehicle from Molly Bar Trails to Rainbow Cleaners. But you can't refer to it from Lafayette Place Apartments to Rainbow Cleaner as a route at this time.
Your Honor, I would ask the court admonish Mr. Horan for wrinkling my exhibits.
So we're perfectly clear.
That's a route. They're not gonna be to testify. This man's not gonna be to testify. This exhibit's not gonna be admitted into evidence until such time as become relevant, correct?
I'm gonna let this witness testify about the points on the map. We're not gonna shop, no route. We're not gonna say that that Mr. J. Lee's car traveled to any points other than Rainbow Cleaners to Molly Bar Trail Apartments this time. I will let him point out where in relation to this, where in relation to those points, where Lafayette Place Apartments were, and let him point out if this witness knows where Mr. Herrington resided at, if you know.
If he knows, but the title of that map.
I'm not introducing the map into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At some point, I may well, but and
Nor can he reference it like the top of the map that says route of car because it hadn't been established.
I'm not introducing the evidence this time. I'm gonna let the witness refer to it and tell about those things that I've said at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But if a witness takes a stand and say that they've been to from point A to point B, consistent with that map, I'll reconsider at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let him reference that map up to the points where we're at right now.
Your Honor, I'm sorry I got so hot. We're trying to stay back.
I told you, I knew, as I warned the people before we started, this is going to be a hotly contested case, and I expect it. I'm not holding against anybody.
We're just ready to get to it, Your Honor. Just finish it.
Let's get to it then.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Your Honor, before
Go
we
ahead.
move forward, is the court's objectionable part at this time on exhibit 19, the red mark leading to the Lafayette Place? If I remove that red mark,
If you remove that red mark, let's see, demonstrative route taken by Jimmie Lee Ford Fuse. If you remove that red mark from Rainbow Cleaners to Lafayette Place Apartments, I'll let you introduce it this time. You start at Rainbow Cleaners and go to Molly Bar Apartment, or vice versa. I'll let you introduce this name, and then at some point, depending on the evidence, I may let it in with that mark on there. But at this point, and I will let you reference, I'll testify in relation to those points, where is Lafayette Place Apartments? But no map with the red line on it.
Your Honor, I would only probably.
Do what now?
Map. At that point in time, the map would be consistent with what you've allowed into evidence at this time. We'd only have my objection left as to the relevancy. But if they do that from Rainbow Cleaner headed that way,
I
that's
think
no
that's
other problem with it.
all right, that's what we're gonna do at this point. Just look, Cindy,
I'm okay.
let Mr. Horan see if that.
No,
Somebody get a better, see if you can get a better map with, you can take the red line off, put a blue one on.
Put a blue one on. Put tape over.
Maybe if we put
While y'all working on that, I'm gonna take this one brief minute.
there, then it won't look, if you put something right there, then it won't look like something. That's okay.
Did you enjoy your day off yesterday?
I'm sorry.
Did you enjoy your day off yesterday?
Well, it wasn't really a day off. I had other stuff, but
But your fingers rested.
my fingers were.
All right. Have we made any progress on red line redaction?
Connor, they're gonna print out another.
If you want to begin, keep up, but resume your questioning without introduction into evidence until you can get a amended copy made. You can, let's not wait to, I want to introduce or publish to the jury at this
I
point.
was gonna write the exhibit, have the witness write the exhibit numbers by each one before we admitted it.
Just don't publish that. We're not going to omit that current map into evidence. You can continue questioning him on it as you like. Just don't display it at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And what is that exhibit number?
17.
Nine. Are y'all ready? At such time as we get for lack of a better word, a new map, I wanted it signed a different number. The current map 19 will be for ID purposes, and if assuming that the map is later introduced into evidence, to be introduced as a new exhibit number, so that if it ever comes up, we'll know what two different maps look like. Okay. We're ready, huh? All right, some jury in. All right, everybody good? I'm glad to see you laid instructions down anyway. You didn't go to a faith healer or nothing last night, did you? Lay hands on you and everything? All right, I'm glad you're doing better. But you may presume your examination.
Thank you, Honor. All right, we're gonna look at exhibit S13. Is that in focus for you?
We don't have any,
Not on
we don't,
screen.
no contact on anything, I don't think. Right? Y'all got any? I don't have any.
I think you control it. I may be wrong.
I got, all the lights are on up here, like it's been displayed.
It's on HDMI at the podium.
We got the
So I'm
expert-
good here.
We got the expert coming anyway.
I may have done it when no, it's gonna be on the,
We getting somewhere
Yeah.
now, I think.
Give it a second.
all right.
Is it on?
It's on.
Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Did y'all last night? Barbecue.
There we go.
Everything, don't need anything, make a mistake, we'll please make that.
Sure why? I'll just leave that on.
I can see, can y'all see? We're back in business. Apparently, big screen can see now too.
As far as I can tell, we didn't do anything. It just showed up.
I walked by and I have a way to just, my mere presence can screw up technology anyway.
Again, Detective Hodges, we're looking at S13. And that's a receipt from Bandit Towing, right?
Correct.
Who is Bandit Towing and what do they do? And do you work with them on a regular basis?
They're a tow company within the city, I guess the county, and they tow vehicles.
All right. Can you tell the jury a little bit about parking as an issue in Oxford and parking as an issue at apartment complexes in Oxford?
We got more vehicles here than we do parking. Apartment complexes, they only have so many parking spaces and they're mostly for their tenants. They do have some of them do have areas for visitors. Some people that visit don't park in a visiting spot. They park in the area for the tenant spots, so the tenants call and complain. The apartment complexes, they have started hiring private tow companies to come in and keep a check. If you don't have a parking pass and you're parking in a resident spot, they will hook up and tow you.
In this receipt, do you see a time indication as to when they reported, Bandit Towing reported to Marbar Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right, what time is that?
1:50 p.m.
All right. Now then, can you compare that time to the time you saw Jay Lee's car entering into Marbar Trails?
That is after.
How long?
7 o'clock to not quite 7 hours.
Okay. I believe that you testified that the Jay Lee's vehicle enters into Marbar Trails at 7:25.
Yes, sir.
So from 7:25 to 1:50 is how long it took for somebody to report a car that was parked in Marbar Trails apartment to contact a towing company to come in and remove it.
Actually, Bandit Towing, they periodically ride through complexes, and when they see a vehicle parked without a sticker, they'll hook up to it.
We've gone through this previously, can't possibly testify as to what practices are bandit towing. That's irrelevant to.
If he knows, he can. If you don't, he don't.
I've been asked and answered by another witness.
Let's move on. I think it has been covered anyway.
Right. right. I'm gonna display another page of Exhibit 13. Now, this image, prior to you ever seeing Jaylee's car, did you have an idea of what Jaylee's car looked like?
Prior to this image, no, sir, I don't think so.
So you found out from looking at these photos from Bandit Towing what the car looked like?
Yes, sir.
All right. And whether it had any distinctive markings?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what were those?
That racing stripe on the hood.
And then after you had this information is when you went and looked for cars that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
That looked like Jaylee's car.
Yes, sir.
Now then, looking at another page of that exhibit, orienting the jury to the layout of Molly Bartrell's apartment, can you tell where this vehicle was as far as what you were describing as the back of Molly Bartrell's, behind Molly Bartrell's, behind the parking lot?
That is the backside of Molly Bar Trails, and that behind the vehicles, that is the wooded area.
And then behind the wooded area is what?
The airport.
Is it possible for anybody to walk onto that airport property from Molly Bartrell's parking lot?
No, sir.
Why?
There's a fence there.
All right, and looking at another page of that exhibit, this is Jaylee's car from a different angle, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's from the rear?
Yes, sir.
I believe. Zoom in on it, you can see the vantage plate.
Yes, sir.
Did it have any other distinctive markings on the vehicle?
Yes, sir. That sticker.
What does that sticker say?
I believe it says, "I love my Pomeranian."
All right, did you know Jaylee to have a Pomeranian?
He had a dog. Yes, sir.
All right, in looking through all of the videos, if you can, just from Molly Bartrell's apartment, all the surveillance videos. You focused on July 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we've already introduced exhibits where you identified Jaylee's car entering into Molly Bartrell's and the route that car took to get there, correct?
Correct.
All right. From that time, how many hours before did you look at? And how many hours after that time did you look through video surveillance from Molly Bartrell's?
Several.
All right. And what were you looking for?
Was this after we identified the person running?
Now, let me ask you this. Beforehand, did you ever see Jaylee's vehicle enter into Molly Bartrell's other than that time in all of the video surveillance you saw from Molly Bartrell's apartment?
No, sir, just that one time.
All right. And can you approximately tell the jury how many hours of footage you looked at from Molly Bartrell's apartment? How long did it take you to go through that footage?
That was several hours of footage and a couple of days worth going through, looking through it.
I can't hear you.
Several hours of video footage, and it took a couple of days to go through it.
All right, so now then, from the time that the 7/20 on July the 8th, 2022 at Molly Bar Trails, when you see Jaylee's car come in, did you ever see any footage of Jaylee's car leaving prior to bandit towing coming in at 1:50 p.m.?
No, sir.
Court's indulgence. Court's indulgence.
Okay. You may. Don't trip. Look what you got there. No, I want to assign this a different number. You just want, well, since we don't have a 20 yet, let's just make it 20.
Over the trial. Okay. All right. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 20 for ID. You recognize that? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, and I believe I handed you a pen as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we started out, is there an indication on that exhibit for the Rainbow Cleaners surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
And a time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Rainbow Cleaners video was introduced as Exhibit 14, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you don't mind, take my pen, and where the Rainbow Cleaners is, just put Exhibit 14. All right, is there an indication of the CD web photo indicated on that exhibit?
Yes, sir. It says City Web Video.
Video, but it's actually the way you testified.
That
You took a
is,
screenshot
that
from
right,
that CD web video, correct?
that right there is Jackson and Rebel that you have in your hands.
What? let's do Jackson and Rebel first. Is there an indication on Jackson and Rebel?
Says Rebel Drive.
Is that from the UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was exhibit 15,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
You
sir.
could indicate that in that location. And then you've got the Rockets video. Is that indicated on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's got the time on it consistent with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was introduced as exhibit 16?
Yes, sir.
You could indicate exhibit 16. on that. Is there an indication on that exhibit for the CD web screenshot?
Yes, sir.
Does it say video on it?
It says video. Yes,
So
sir.
you testified about that when we have a screenshot of that,
Yes, sir.
and that's exhibit 17.
Yes, sir.
If you could indicate that on that exhibit. Then the exhibit that we were looking at, the Molly Bar Trails apartment video, there were 2 times. Are those indicated on that exhibit, consistent with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was referencing exhibit S18, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you could indicate that on that exhibit. If you could put just a little S by each one of those. This time the state asked that S20 be received.
Other than the objection previously noted, any objection? It'll be a video.
All right, permission to publish.
Okay.
All right. So looking at exhibit 20, do you see Molly Bar Trails and Lafette Place Apartments on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jury what the distance is from one location to the other?
We object just briefly.
I mean, discuss them.
cutting and pasting and copying how I survived before the age of all this computer stuff anyway.
State asked for this to be received as S21.
Is that one that-
It's replacing S20.
Everybody looks like a shader. Okay. All right. That'll be S20.
S21.
Well, I've already admitted S20.
We're going to replace S20.
Well, let's just leave it let's just throw that one S20 away and make this S20. If that's everybody's all right with that, because I've already shown S20 is admitted, so. I will note just for the record that apparently we removed some notation on the original S20 and replaced it with the new S20. All right, go ahead.
All right. So, looking at S14 on exhibit S20, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that near Lafayette Place Apartments?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, looking at Lafayette Place Apartments and following roadway that you would naturally take to get to Molly Bar Trails, how long is it from that point to the Molly Bar Trails?
According to that map, it's 2.6 miles.
2.6 miles.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the exhibits reference the surveillance cameras that you got this evidence from, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave Lafayette Place Apartments and go to Molly Bar Trails, would that be the natural route to take?
That'd be the route I took.
All right. And from S14 to S18, those are, in ascending order, but also, are they sequentially connected to each other?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to look at the time listed on this exhibit at Molly Bar Trails Apartment, okay? That was in S18, referring back to that video surveillance, okay?
Okay.
The first time listed up there at Molly Bar Trails is what?
7:25 a.m.
And what does that refer to?
That is the time that Jay Lee's vehicle enters into Molly Bar Trails.
And then below that is a time listed 7:34. What does that refer to?
That is the time that we see an individual running out of Molly Bar Trails.
We know what they were dressed in, we know what they were wearing, we know what they look like, correct?
Yes.
So that 7:34 refers to that moment in time on the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, the way it stands, if you were to play that exhibit, it's going to have what the surveillance system timestamp had on it, correct?
Correct.
And that's that was 7/7/2022, correct?
Correct.
But you testified that you corrected that time when you went and gathered that video surveillance yourself, adjusted for that time, and that's how you arrived at 7:25 and 7:34, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to also compare that to the timestamps on every other surveillance camera. correct?
Correct.
And were they consistent with each other as to the time that you adjusted on the exhibit for Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Right. So we're going to toggle back and forth. All right, so looking at Exhibit 20, you've got S14 Rainbow Cleaners at 7:18 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Friendly reminder, if you have conversations with co-counsel at the podium, you're more than likely being heard.
All right. I'm going to try to toggle back. Yeah.
Everybody good on the jury?
How do I get back to the HDMI? Ah. All right. I hope so. Is that being displayed for you?
It is. Yep. I think it's everywhere.
All right. Now, that's going to be, I'm projecting the Rainbow Cleaners. That's going to be Exhibit 14, correct?
Correct.
And the time on that right now is what?
7:18.
Okay. And I believe you testified that we're looking for a white truck with a trailer.
Yes, sir.
Then behind that truck is who?
Jay Lee's vehicle.
White truck, trailer, Jay Lee's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, if I toggle back, can you see Exhibit S20 being displayed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that video that we just saw, is Is that reference in S14 that you indicated on exhibit
Yes, sir.
at 718, right?
Yes, sir.
That is connected to Rainbow Cleaners video, police cars eastbound on Jackson.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then on S15, I'm going to let it play until it's off the screen first. Okay, we back to exhibit 14. You see that on your display?
Yes.
All right, and that's at 71852.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that eastbound on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Is that headed to the UPD Rebel in Jackson surveillance camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we're going to look back at exhibit S20. We went from S14, right?
Yes, sir.
Eastbound on Jackson,
Yes, sir.
headed to the Rebel Drive UPD camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to project S15. Looking at S15, are you able to identify that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Whose vehicle is it?
That's Jaylee's vehicle.
Is that the same vehicle that was in S14 on the Rainbow Cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Is it traveling the same direction eastbound on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a timestamp? You may not be able to see it. Unless I can't do it. Can you see the date?
7/8/2022.
And are you able to tell the time?
Time on that is going to be 7/21/56.
Is that consistent with the timestamp on exhibit S20?
Yes.
All right. So that's from S14 to S15, eastbound on Jackson.
Yes.
All right. Now then, the next exhibit is going to be S16, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was video promotions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the Rockets exhibit is S16. Do you see that being displayed on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And that's going to be, according to your testimony, at 7/23/21, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're at 7/23/09. Do you still see that image?
Yes, sir.
All right, what car just passed in front of Rockets?
That is Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right, at 7/23/25.
Yes, sir.
You see it stopping at that stop sign right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so if we look back, at Exhibit 20, does it appear that the timing from S15 and S16 is consistent with traveling that distance from 15 to 16?
Yes, sir.
Right, you see the car completely leave the surveillance camera. The next indication on this map is going to be S17, right?
Correct.
S17, sort of right at the same time there in front of Rocket's video. They were sort of getting two different angles, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though they're different establishments. Now, was there a time listed on that surveillance?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
7/23/50.
Now, going back to Exhibit 20, we're getting to the Malabar Trail surveillance, right?
Correct.
And that's listed on here, Malabar Trails 725 S18.
Correct.
Is that being projected on your screen?
Yes, sir.
See Jay Lee's car come in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
Whatever you did, don't do it no more.
Is that being projected on your screen?
Yes, sir.
According to this down here on this exhibit, Jay Lee's car pulls in, according to their timestamp, at 2017. You see the car coming in?
Yes, sir.
All right, 2017.
Yes, sir.
Would you look at Exhibit 18 on should be coming up. Is Exhibit 20 on display?
Yes, sir.
The time listed there is 7:25.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that based on you're adjusting for the appropriate time, based on Greenwich time zone setting, and based on confirming through bandit towing the time difference, making those adjustments from this 2017 number to what you arrived at on this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And is that time consistent with the path that Jay Lee's car took from Rainbow Cleaners through Rocket's gas station? Consistent with the time that you arrived at, based on your calculations? If somebody was headed from Rainbow Cleaners to Bodyguard Trails?
Yes, sir.
Courts and buildings. It's okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm just making sure it's the right exhibit. All right. Do you see an image on your screen
Yes, sir.
from Exhibit 18? All right, we're queued up to almost 2034 on this exhibit. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is the spot on the video that matches up to the 734 timestamp that you listed on exhibit S20? Do you know?
No, sir. It should
You
be
don't know?
2026.
Here's your exhibit. It's 2026.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 2026 matches up to the 734,
Yes, sir.
and we're queued up to 2025 and 59 seconds. All right, that matches up to the Molly Bar Trails, the second timestamp on your exhibit in S20.
Yes, sir.
You can see what that individual is wearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can see the individual go in a certain direction too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what road is that again?
Molly Bar Road.
In what direction did that individual go on Molly Bar Road?
He turned right, leaving the turned right, leaving the complex.
And is that toward
Toward Rockets.
Toward Rockets. All right. Now, prior to your testimony, video from Rockets was introduced through Keziah Carter. Do you know who Keziah Carter is?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed that video from Rockets
Yes, sir.
involving Keziah Carter?
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigation, do you know what Keziah Carter did on July the 8th, 2022 at 7:38?
Said what he did. He,
Part of your investigation.
yes, sir.
What did he do?
I'm gonna let the officer testify as what his investigation is, has discovered.
There it is. All right, I'm projecting Exhibit 4. It's queued up July 8th, 2022 at 7:37 and 55 seconds. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, sir. That's Rockets.
You recognize this video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to direct your attention we're at 7:38:07. And again, the traffic outside the parking lot at the top of the screen, what road is that?
That is Molly Bar Road.
And Molly Bar Trails, if I was to leave this parking lot, how would I get to Molly Bar Trails?
Take a left.
I'm going to back it up a few seconds. It's 7:38 mark, okay? All right. Now, if you are to look at the top left of the image being projected, do you see the white van?
Yes, sir.
And if you look above that and to the left, do you see that area?
Yes, sir.
And that area is what, Molly Bar Road?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to play. If you would look at that area and tell me when you see an individual running, okay?
There he is.
That's at the 7:38 mark in 5 seconds.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, comparing that timestamp with the time that you adjusted for the person leaving Molly Bar Trails apartment, what's the difference between those two times?
Around 4 minutes.
Does the person that you see there at the 7:38 and 24-second mark appear to be wearing the same type of clothing as the person leaving Molly Bar Trails apartment?
Yes, sir.
Does it look like they're wearing the exact same clothing?
Yes, sir.
Of course they don't. Everything good over here? I can't remember whether I think you testified yesterday, or it may have been another witness, but you're familiar with this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where is the police department in relation to riots?
To the right.
And if you don't mind, speak up.
To the right.
And do you travel this area quite often?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with people that run at certain times of day and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
You recognize them on a regular basis?
Some of them.
Have you ever seen someone like this running in that area?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you looked at all the video surveillance. Did you see any other runners that morning in any other surveillance that you saw that looked and matched that description?
I believe so. No, not that match that description. No, sir.
All right. Into the witness.
We've been out here a little while with not too many interruptions, any breaks anyway, so I'm gonna give you all a little break at this time. Remember sports and stuff, don't discuss the case, don't anyone discuss the case with you, don't express a formal opinion. y'all, other matters not related to the trial, I can take care of as well. Yesterday, talking to media now, yesterday, there was an individual's, social security number and date of birth, came in as part of the video, and I asked the, media to do what they could, contact anybody that has received that video and tell them to redact that or quit showing the video, one of the two. Individual called this morning and stated that that information will be shown as the latest this morning on one of the Memphis news stations on their video feed. So I'm gonna ask y'all to anybody that's gotten that feed to do whatever it takes to stop that. All right. All right. We ready? Everybody ready for the jury? Show the jury in. Would Vicky? Kevin. Hey, Kevin. Come talk to you. It's not related to this. My sister just texted me, said, Andy step down. Unexpected this man. All right, everybody good on jury? You may, let's see, you may cross. You may cross. Thank you, Judge. All right.
Good morning, Sergeant Hodges. How you doing?
I'm good. About you, sir?
Doing just fine. Sergeant, a few things I just want to go over with you and make sure that I'm understanding exactly what your testimony was. You started off initially discussing the records that were received from Bandit Towing when they towed the car from Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 13, has been previously admitted into evidence, contained multiple photos of that car. And I just want to go back over a couple of those for just a second. Which way does the... You described Mr. Lee's vehicle as being distinctive. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this photo, what are you describing as being distinctive about that vehicle?
I call it a racing stripe on the hood of the vehicle.
That gold stripe is running down the center line of the hood of that vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We also looked at earlier back of this vehicle. I believe that you were looking at the tag. That's fine.
It didn't take me more than a couple of years to figure out how to do that.
Well, thank you, Justin. We'll get it going. What is distinctive about the backside of this vehicle that you described?
There's a vanity plate that says J. Lee, and then there's a sticker on the back that appears to say, "I love my Pomeranian."
That sticker is a white sticker in the shape of a dog bone.
Yes, sir.
Were there any other distinctive features of the outside of Jay Lee's car that you were aware of?
If you look from the side, it might need to be a different side photo. That photo might not.
I'll show another photo, but is this what you're referring to by you want to look from the side?
Not that side. Or that photo doesn't show it.
This is the other side of the vehicle. This is the passenger side. What do you find distinctive on the passenger side?
The trim around the windows. The design of it.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Can I, Judge, may I approach? Would you please tell me what you're referring to?
You see the design of the trim.
The insulation on the trim? Okay. Are those the only items that you find to be distinctive on the outside of the vehicle?
The rims.
Got a photograph I'd like to have marked as the next. Sergeant Hodge, I'd like to take a look at this photograph. And do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's Jay Lee's vehicle.
Is there a distinctive marking in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd ask that D21 be admitted.
No, Ms. Jackson, that'll be, D21.
Judge, I request to publish. Sergeant Hodges, what is that on the side, on the driver's side door of this vehicle?
It appears to be a sticker.
And what does that sticker say?
J.
Gold color sticker that says J.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So as far as distinctive aspects of the car, we have gold stripe on the hood, a dog bone sticker, a vanity plate, and gold lettering of J on the side of the door. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think he said more than that. I know he said all those things, asking the question.
I'll give you a chance to redirect anyway.
You also mentioned that you thought the window insulation was distinctive and the rims. Is that correct? The window trim. All right. I would like to ask you about what was marked as States Exhibit 14, the video from Rainbow Cleaners. Timestamp on this video is 7:18:53. Got about 20 seconds to go. I'm just gonna play it. I would ask you to let me know when you see, I'm not gonna pause it. I want you to watch carefully. Let me know when you see Jay Lee's car enter the video. I'm just gonna keep it playing.
Are you playing it now?
It is playing now.
We still see the
I
photo.
apologize.
That keeps there off of the screen before the play or not.
No, I just have to.
There we go, we got content.
I got it. All right, we're still in front of the pertinent point. Please just let me know when you see Jay Lee's car enter the video. Watch carefully. It will continue to play.
Right there.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to identify the gold stripe on the hood of that car?
From that video there, I don't believe so.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to read the vanity plate on that car?
No, sir.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to identify the dog bone sticker that says "I love Pomeranians"?
Are we able to replay it again?
Happy to.
Are we able to stop it when it is above the white mailbox at Rainbow Cleaners? A little bit further. Okay. Are you able to blow that up?
I'm not.
From right here, I cannot.
Based on your observation of this video, can you identify the gold script, the gold J sticker on the driver's side door of that vehicle?
I don't believe I could.
Based on your observation of this video, we're identifying a black car going down the road. Is that correct?
I believe the trim, the window trim that I talked about appeared similar.
Based on that clear image, which I believe is about as close as we can get on this video, based on that image, what can you describe about the window trim?
Can I get the photo?
No, I'm asking about that image.
Well, we had photos and stuff that we compared.
I understand that, but I'm asking you about that image.
All right, what was your question again?
I'm asking you, you said that you thought you could identify the distinctive window trimming. On that image of that video, what is distinctive that you can describe from that image?
Without being able to say that we compared it with another photo, I believe you've got me handcuffed here.
So is it fair to say that based on this video, based on stopping it, looking at individual images inside it, you can't identify any distinctive features of Jay Lee's car? Is that a fair statement?
Without having a photo to be able to show comparison.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Hodges, you also testified about some of your investigation at the Molly Bar Trails apartment. Specifically, you were asked about watching the surveillance video from the time. Excuse me one second. You were asked about the length of time on the surveillance video at Molly Bar Trails that you reviewed in relation to this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the time frame in which you reviewed those videos?
I'm not sure.
From what point at the earliest video the earliest piece of video that you reviewed to the latest period, what is that range?
Without being able to look at the videos themselves to go all the way back from the time that we got, I believe it was somewhere, I'm taking a guess here, I believe it was somewhere around 2 in the morning.
Roughly 2 a.m. on July 8th?
Yes, sir.
And up until the car was towed away by bandit tow?
Yes, sir.
And that was the only period of time that you reviewed with security camera footage from Molly Bar Trails?
Besides the footage that we got prior that was incorrect based on the times.
Okay, so fair enough. Aside from the footage you reviewed that you realized was incorrect, it resulted in you determining that it was in GMT time, converting that, those two, let's call them 2 sets of videos. Those are the only 2 sets you ever reviewed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never reviewed footage from any other day prior to this?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Now, on the Molly Bar Trails video, I believe that the timestamp for of what is on the camera. Now, I understand that it's adjusted for what the actual time is, but the timestamp for what was on the camera for when Jay Lee's vehicle enters Molly Bar Trails was roughly 2017. I'm gonna cue that up. And before I play that, you also said that the timestamp for roughly when an individual is seen running out of the apartment complex was 2026. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are there any vehicles or other individuals that enter or leave Molly Bar Trails during that time period?
Your Honor, let me approach this for 1 second.
Come on.
I'll make this third question.
Officer, again, during the time, and just remove the concept of timestamps from it. During the time period from when the Jay Lee vehicle enters Molly Bar Trails to the time that the individual on foot that we've been talking about is seen leaving, do any other vehicles or individuals enter or leave Molly Bar Trails?
I do not recall.
Okay. Well, Judge, I believe the video would speak for itself. It's only about a 9-minute strip. I'd ask you just play it.
It's your cross-examination. Play what you want. Wake me up when it's over.
And Judge, I've got some, to prove my point, I've got some timestamps. It's okay, I'm going to skip ahead just a second. Within the frame of what we're discussing. Sergeant Hodges, do you see a white SUV leaving Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
What direction does that vehicle appear to be traveling?
Towards Rockets.
It made a right out of Molly Bar Trail, driving down Molly Bar Road towards Rockets. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Sergeant Hodges, do you recognize that white car exiting Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir. I see it.
Is it likewise traveling consistent, making a right turn out of Molly Bar Trails towards Rockets?
Yes, sir.
Twenty seconds. Do you see this blue car entering Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Likewise, do you see the white or silver car entering Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recognize this? Do you recognize that this gray car is exiting Molly Bar Trails?
I see that car. Yes, sir.
What direction is it traveling?
It is traveling right towards Rockets.
Thank you. Sergeant, is it a fair summation to say that, and I'll represent that there are no more vehicles that enter or exit prior to the individual leaving on foot?
You say so.
Is it fair then to say that between that time period, 5 different vehicles are either entering or exiting Molly Bar Trails?
I didn't count them, but if you say so.
We had a white SUV go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a white car go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a blue car go in, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a silver car go in.
Yes, sir.
We had a gray car go out. I count 5. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And again, you've never reviewed any other video from Molly Bar Trails from any other day.
From any other day?
The Molly Bar Trails apartment, you testify that you've never, aside from these, we have 2 distinct now, I'll say, dumps because of the time difference. Did you ever review any other footage from the Molly Bar Trails apartments in relation to this case?
In relation to, there you go. That's what I needed to clarify. No,
To
sir.
this case.
Reference to this case, no, sir.
So based on that, you have no knowledge aside from on this instance, on this day, about what cars, what vehicles may or may not be present in Molly Bar Trails.
Correct.
1 second, Your Honor. Thank you. Tender witness.
Ready, Rick?
Good deal, thank you. I need to get 18 out. 14. I believe it's 14. Yes. Detective Hodges, are you familiar with the VLC program?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to, do you know how to zoom in using the software
I don't think you can zoom in on VLC.
on this?
Yes, sir.
Exit out right there.
Exit.
Nope. I'll minimize. There you go. Seven 18.
Yep, 718 on. Can you pull it out of the thing like 718 on here? I need a second. I know how to do it. I just have to like go into like the settings. I just need a minute. So I said, can you ask for parts and documents? Can you hear me? It's talking to you. Of course, yeah, I need parts and indulgence. I can like, is it playing on the thing? I need to. Okay, good video.
Everybody good on the jury? All right.
All right. While she's working on that, I'm gonna go over a few things with you.
Yeah.
You know what kind of car, I think you testified to, that you knew the make and model of Jerry's car.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Ford Fusion.
You know the make and model? I mean, year
I believe it was a 2014.
2014 Ford Fusion.
Yes, sir.
You know the color.
Appears black to me.
And then it had distinctive markings.
Yes, sir.
And it looked like you described the trim around the driver's side window, or the windows all the way around the car.
Yes, sir.
Was it chrome, kind of a chrome band?
It looks like it. Yes, sir.
All right. you also described the rims of the car.
Yes.
Do you remember what that was?
The rims,
The rims?
they appear goldish colored to me. But you got to remember, I'm partially colorblind.
Angie, Exhibit 13. Does your color blindness affect your ability to distinguish between silver and gold? Can you tell?
Right there, they look silverish, yes, sir.
Metallic?
Yes, sir.
I got it. I texted the time, but I got it like in my box. I gotta pull back to my things.
You gotta go to the
Because the box is in the front end.
Now, from all of the exhibits that we saw, Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel Drive, CD Web, Rockets, and the Molly Bar Trails, was it the same make and model of Jay Lee's car?
It appears to be.
Okay. Was it consistent with the chrome trim around the windows?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Was it consistent with the same type of rims?
Yes, sir.
I think that's it. Just leave it right there.
Oh, I'm just gonna pull back so you can. There's the,
Nope, that's not it.
no, that's not it, with the truck with the trailer, I pulled back, so you'll have to wait a second. I went back too far, it's my bad. That's 718. It was. There you go. Oh, fix.
Now, within that relevant time frame, from beginning with 718 at Rainbow Cleaners
Oh.
to Molly Bar Trails at 725, did you see any other cars of similar make and model going in that same direction as?
Yes, that's how it was come across. I never asked to make a model car.
The description of the cars clearly.
But the issue of the identification that this car is, has been delved into greatly on false accommodation. And I'll let the state question in that area.
Each of those exhibits, from Rainbow Cleaners, all the way through up to Molly Bar Trails, that you testified those cars were 2014 Ford Fusion. Identified it as Jay Lee's vehicle, correct? Correct. Did you see any other cars similar to a 2014 Ford Fusion of the same color and style within that relevant time frame?
I don't remember seeing any. No, sir.
Yes.
Are we projecting exhibit 14? Your Honor, are we projecting exhibit 14?
You are, if 14 is Rainbow Cleaners, you are.
Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, we're looking at that white mailbox that you used as a landmark to orient yourself on cross-examination.
Yes,
You're
sir.
going to see the white truck and the trailer, and then the Jay Lee's car. All right. Play that.
I'm playing it. It's just-
Can you tell that we've zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
at 7:18, it's just playing from the beginning of 7:18.
All right, we're at the
17, 20.
28:30 mark. We're going to 28:55.
I'm gonna let it play. I don't wanna. I don't want
Are
to.
you going to stop it?
Yeah.
Okay.
20:55, you want me to stop it?
Say that back, the rear car.
There it is.
Okay.
Stopped it. That's, go ahead, that's the truck with the trailer. You want me to keep going?
Let's do one more time.
You can kind of see this brake sticker right there. This music's playing.
All right, looking at the rear of that vehicle that passed in front of Rainbow Cleaners at the 28:53 mark, does it appear, I mean, tell me if you know or you know. Can you compare that image to the photo in Exhibit S13 and see if there's anything other than make model, other than the chrome around the windows, other than the panels? That were distinctive?
Looks like the tail lights can be similar.
Anything else?
No, sure, I can't see it.
Let me ask you this. On that photo from the exhibit from Bandit Towing showing the rear of the vehicle, there's a sticker on the back.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you can or can't, but does it appear that you can see that in that image? Or is it too grainy?
Not for my eyes.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that you did blow it up before. Is that what you were referencing?
Back that way, I was referencing the window trim. When the vehicle first comes into the picture.
I guess my question is, when you were investigating, you said that you blew this image up,
Yes, sir.
observed the vehicle closely. Did you make any observations then about that vehicle? I did it again.
One of these videos, we were able to see what appeared to be the dog bone.
And the videos would speak for themselves on that.
Yes, sir.
Course of indulgence. Your Honor, if we could leave him some question, but I'll approve the questions.
Right. I use, step down to the witness stand, argument reserve the right to recall you, so you can not express your testimony with the other beginning.
Yes.
Is he free to leave the premises and y'all just call him if you need, or that's when you go back to the office? You can go back, be available, if they call you back, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we approach your?
Sure, I'm getting used
a long time, I
A
anticipate.
long time. What's the parties? Where we stand on lunch anyway? Anybody know? Well, I don't know. We got 20. We got anything we can do for 25 minutes? Tell some jokes or anything? Is that witness present? Uh,
I think he's coming over right now.
I'm gonna let y'all step back to jury room for just 1 minute, quickly let witness get here. We're gonna get started on the witness anyway.
Judge, lunch just showed up. The lunch just appeared.
Lunch, never mind, lunch just showed up anyway. Court's gonna be in recess until, 12:40. But the media stick around for just a second. if y'all, being the Kevin, if y'all come up.
On the record.
No, we don't need a record. All right, Gwen ready to? What about Gwen or Miss?
Yeah.
This. Tell her to jog. Tell her to jog.
Coming over from my office.
Okay. Mr. Wages, did y'all get that matter resolved that we were discussing yesterday, not related to this matter? 1 o'clock? Downstairs, okay. I'm not coming. Okay. And hey, Mr. Wages, I advise council officers to take any actions I took for naught. I'll start over from scratch, okay? All right, let's start back on time after lunch tomorrow. If somebody needs a place in the courtroom to meet during lunch, we'll find them a place, okay? Is everybody ready? If so, show the jury in. Do you have your listeners lined up? Your witness located? Okay. I hope y'all had a good lunch. Y'all may have noticed that we consulted the Oxford Historic Preservation District about window shades. And we haven't heard back from them about whether we've got the appropriate window shades. For the temporary, we're going to use this black plastic, okay? And make it help y'all viewing and temperature better. Anyway, I trust no one had any problems with the court discussed the case. That being said, who would the state call as its next witness?
At this time, the state called Ben Douglas.
Ben Douglas?
Yes.
All right, come around, Mr. Douglas, meet me. You may proceed when you're ready.
Please state your name to the jury.
My name is Benjamin Douglas.
And how are you employed?
I work for the University of Mississippi Police Department. I'm currently on assignment to Lafayette County Metro Narcotics.
And what's your rank?
I'm a sergeant.
Okay, so Sergeant Douglas, how long have you worked for the University Police Department?
Approximately 6 years.
And you just said that you do, you're on loan to Metro. Explain that.
I'm on assignment, so
Okay, what's that
I've
mean?
been assigned to Lafayette County Metro Narcotics. So I have a time frame that I'm not working at UPD every single day. So right now I'm working for Lafayette County Metro every single day. It's a task force for the entirety of Lafayette County for specifically narcotics cases.
So let me take you back to July 2022. Were you working with the University Police Department at that time?
I was the detective sergeant.
And did you become involved in the case investigation into the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, how did University Police Department become, tell me what you did. How'd you become involved?
So on the night of July 9th, I received a phone call about 8 o'clock from Lieutenant Herrington. She asked me to come to the University of Mississippi Police Department to assist with a welfare concern that was ongoing. Jimmie J. Lee had not been heard from by his parents for an extended period of time, and they called for welfare concern. At the university, we do welfare concerns pretty often. They call if a parent is worried about their kid, they'll call, they'll ask us to go and just check on them. And so we go to Campus Walk, or an officer went to Campus Walk and attempted to make contact with Jimmie J. Lee on the night of July 8th. They were unable to make contact. They found his door ajar. They went in, didn't find anything, didn't find him there, didn't see anything disheveled. So they just secured the door and left. They tried to make contact with him throughout the next day. They tried to make contact with him throughout the next day, but were unable to. And so around 5 o'clock-ish, Lieutenant Carradine was called and asked to come to the police department. And at around 8 o'clock, she called me.
Okay, so once you became involved, what did you do?
When I got there at 8 o'clock, I went
Just to be
to
clear, what date was this again?
July 9th.
Okay, so when you became involved on July 9th around 8, continue on.
On July 9th, whenever I got there around 8 o'clock, I was informed that they had done a single ping on Jaylee's phone, but that they hadn't done any further pings, any further trying to get location data off the phone.
Before you go any further, explain, when you say that,
Object to this as far as opinion information at this time, unless predicate's been laid for it.
I stand objection.
could you explain what a ping is? Is that what you're referring to? You said you did a single ping. Could you explain like what that is?
So your phone connects to cell towers. Those cell towers give location data associated with when your phone connects to them. And then it gives a basically a margin of error as to where it could be, where the phone could be.
Object to this, we talked about this pre-trial as to whether or not any particular witness.
At this point, I'm gonna limit the testimony until we have further discussion about whether they recorded any pings or not, okay? And then we'll probably have some more discussion, but I'm gonna let him talk about whether any pings were received or not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wanted to hear, I couldn't hear Your Honor very well. What was
I'm gonna
the,
let him talk about whether any pings were received
Okay.
at this time, and we'll have a further discussion
Okay.
before we get any deeper than that, okay?
okay. So you're explaining that it connects to cell towers and within a margin of error, I'm not sure I know, what does margin of error mean?
It's basically like, we're gonna tell you this, we're gonna give you this latitude and longitude on a piece of paper.
Limit his testimony at this time to whether or not any pings
Oh, were
were received on this phone. This line.
Okay, when you are going to get a ping, what information do you provide?
When I'm gonna go get a ping, I give the phone number. So I call AT&T Global Legal Demand Center. When I call them, they ask, I tell them that it's an exigent circumstance. I explain the circumstance to them, and I provide them a phone number, and they will send back a ping on the phone.
So tell me, what phone number did you provide?
I provided Jaylee's phone number, which is 601-622-2553.
And how did you know Jaylee's phone number?
We have regular access to student phone numbers through the student access portal, the SAP system.
The SAP system?
So
Oh, that's the student access portal.
So whenever students enroll at the University of Mississippi, they give data to the university. Part of that data is of cell phone addresses, things like that. The university keeps those records so that they're able to contact their students.
And did you all receive any ping data?
Whenever I called initially, I did not receive a ping. They sent me an email that said that the phone was an AT&T phone and was there, but there was no location data associated with the ping. While I was talking with the AT&T, the person at the Global Legal Demand Center, he told me that it seemed that the phone had been inactive for too long, and so there was no location data associated with it. So I asked him if there was any way for us to get historic pings through exigent circumstance. And so he provided me with historic pings on Jaylee's phone from 12:17 a.m. on July 8th to 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
Before you go any further, when you say exigent circumstances, explain what that means for anybody who might not understand.
So an exigent circumstance is just an emergency. Him being missing, it could be any number of things that have happened to him. And so because there's an emergency circumstance, we need to be able to get in contact with him because someone else is concerned or has a reason for concern. do not have to get a search warrant in that moment. We are able to get it through exigency.
So and here you were able to, you did receive pings, you said from July 8th from 12:17 a.m. until 7:28 a.m. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
This is Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay. Sergeant Douglas, look through that and tell me, do you recognize that as the exigent circumstances ping data that you received? I believe you said July 9th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And yes, ma'am, this is it.
Okay. And has it been altered in any way since you received it on July 9th?
No.
Okay. And it accurately represents what you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I'd like to have it marked for identification purposes only.
It will be S-22. It will be marked for ID. Only this time.
Yes. All right, thank you. So you have a copy up here. Okay. So from those pings that you received, were you able to develop any leads in that data?
The final two pings that we received were at 7:28:27 a.m.
Responsive to the question, objective.
I'm not sure I understood the question anyway, so I'm gonna let her repeat the question. And then-
I said, were you able to develop any leads from that data that you received?
Answer yes or no, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And were you, from those leads, you said it's to find the phone's location. Were you able to develop where the phone could have possibly been between those hours for Jay Lee?
We were able to get multiple pings over the course of this time between 12:17 a.m. and 7:28 a.m. Some of those pings,
What, between when and when?
12:17 a.m. and 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
12:17.
12:17 a.m. to 7:28 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
I figure it's gonna be important later, so I won't get it right this time anyway.
And was there anything from what you know about the investigation on July 9th, was there anything you said, when did you said they told you the phone was no longer transmitting. When did it stop transmitting?
The final ping was 7:28:27 a.m. on July 8th.
Okay. So would it be important for you to find out where it was when it stopped?
Yes,
Okay. And why would that be important?
because people always have their phone on them. They travel with their phone in their pocket. We also, later on in the investigation, we determined that he had his phone whenever he left his apartment.
Okay. So when you receive this data, what is it that you receive? Like, what actually is it?
It's a series of latitudes and longitudes that also have a timestamp and like I said, a margin of error, an area that they mark it as location accuracy, how accurate the location may be.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to start walking off Little Line, go back to the jury room, okay? All right, I'll hear you on your objection.
Similar to the same objection, the witnesses in the courtroom would ask to step out. Witnesses in the courtroom, we ask the witness to be excused during argument.
All right, that's fair enough. If you would, don't discuss your testimony with anyone, if you would just return back to the outside there. All right, I believe the witness is wrong. You can state your record. State your objection.
Two things. First of all, before any testimony that could come into play as far as the not necessarily latitude and longitude, but the range of location of the within certain areas of the ping where it would be location wise, that has to be done by an expert. First of all, that's what we talked about in written. I think the court indicated at that time that before they got any further than latitude and longitude, they would have to have an expert to testify to that, or indicated at that point when we were in written. Second thing is, under the Fleming case, and you follow Smith behind it, point in time, right now, he can only testify to what he received, and the documents are to be interpreted, and he can say, I received this information, and the purpose of that was to determine whether or not lat and long on it, and he could plot that, and that's basically it, Your Honor. Not testify about anything other than that. Fleming and Smith
I'm familiar with Fleming. Are you saying that under Fleming, the witness, your opinion under Fleming, that witness can testify as to latitude and longitude?
If he's qualified to do so, Your Honor, he can testify and plot out those points as to lat and long. He cannot go any further than that as to whether or not it's within any particular range, footage, or anything like that from a person, from a location, or anything like that, or a tower. It cannot, with any specificity, say where that phone is. Now, this witness is not qualified to do that.
All right.
Can I respond?
Y'all, you through, Mr. Tolan? I won't cut you off. And I may want to reread Fleming.
Second thing, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
It hasn't been addressed or marked as an exhibit yet, but I understand, I think we need to go ahead and address it while the jury is out, that I think the state is anticipating trying to get a certificate of authenticity on these records that was submitted to us last night, I think 4:45 by email. That certificate of authenticity, had it been produced earlier, would only allow a witness qualified to do so to testify about some of the lat long information and how it relates to particular locations and the range that he was attempting to talk about before we cut him off. That's an untimely 902 11C2 certificate. We got it yesterday. And we would object to any admissibility of any documents for the purpose of either that record of authenticity certificate or any other AT&T documents coming into evidence that would represent to the jury any particular information about within whether location of persons, locations of cell towers, or locations of whether or not what the margin of error was for the location of the particular ping location, if that makes sense to you, Judge.
I'm familiar with your argument, and I'm gonna listen to the state, and I'm probably gonna take a minute and look at Fleming's again, okay?
Yes. Your Honor, I didn't actually
But
anticipate.
let me ask before you get into your argument, so we know what we're arguing about. What testimony did you anticipate eliciting from this particular witness?
Just latitude and longitude. I actually wasn't, when we spoke about it, we didn't talk about margin of error. I actually am not attempting to ever introduce it into evidence. It's just marked for ID because it's just being used to show how he developed investigative leads. It's all leading somewhere.
Are you going to limit this witness testimony to latitude and longitudes pings during this 7-hour or so time frame?
Yes, Your Honor, but I would also, yes, yeah, that is what I'm going to do. And I would point the court to the Collins case, which I don't know.
Let me, before you start that, as I understand it, the defense does not have any objections to latitude and longitude information if it stops there with this witness?
That's basically, as long as he's already testified, Your Honor, that this identifies where a person is. They cannot say that clearly under Fleming. They cannot testify that the person's with the phone.
I'll be limited to
Landmark.
whatever it is, where the phone, latitude and longitude of a phone.
Of the phone. That's clearly what Fleming says. And Your Honor, I guess I'm not.
Can I respond?
Hold on one second. Mr. Douglas was provided in the 1121 discovery disclosure. I will say none of his testimony or summary of any of these statements were provided to us that he would be giving this type of testimony. Based on the discovery violation, we would object to that as well. I understand that I'm making the same discovery responses. His name was provided in discovery, but his testimony that he was going to provide Latin long information at trial is nowhere in any of the discovery material. Okay? I want to be clear on that.
I understand. I'm going to.
Notwithstanding that objection, if the court overrules that, the law is clear that he can testify he received the phone records and phone records have Latin long.
Did the defense receive this latitude and longitude information in discovery?
We received, again, Your Honor, you got to understand, we received that information. There's no association to Ben Douglas anywhere in it, other than the fact that he received it. Not that he was going to,
the defense received the information that in discovery that Ben Douglas received latitude and longitude information.
in April of 23 on that particular information.
Okay. I'm going to overrule your discovery violation objection. And now if the state is attempting to only introduce latitude and longitude information through this particular witness, is there an objection to that?
No.
All right, is that what if you're going farther, I need to know it, but.
I want to clarify, when you say latitude and longitude information, you mean he's going to say where that latitude and longitude points to? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Somebody let me look at Fleming and see if.
I have the Collins case, which I wanted to provide to the court.
I'd like to hear that.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to coordinate latitude and longitude if they have that to a spot on Earth anyway. But go ahead.
That's all he was going to do: coordinate latitude and longitude. and we were going to introduce it. We're not introducing it, just ID only to show how he went along with the investigation. That's all he was going to do, and then he was going to coordinate it and say this was here and this was here. We weren't talking about.
Let's just say that latitude and longitude latitude is X and longitude is Y. Do you anticipate saying latitude is X and longitude is Y? Y is around so-and-so apartments, around.
No, it wasn't going to say so-and-so apartments. It was going to say, he was going to say, where's my note?
Judge, let me clear up what I'm saying. I want to make sure everybody understands. Latin law says that's where that ping location is. It doesn't really tell you, it says where the ping is from the phone. There is a range where that phone could be. He can only say that that ping is coming from that location. He cannot say that's where the phone is. He can't say that's where the person was, or you can't say what the range was, what the phone was within that range. You can say, yeah, they sent me this
I'm going to let him say that the latitude and the longitude for this particular ping, that where that latitude and that longitude cross is at a certain place in Fayette County, Mississippi.
Don't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's
His
what.
testimony can only be that the ping information that he got. He cannot testify that phone was at that location, just the ping information.
I'm going to allow that. I'm not going to let him, this particular witness, expose opinions on how close that may be, what's the margin of error and things like that. I don't think he has that in his expertise.
Testimony cannot include language that says that's where the phone was. The ping represents where the phone was. That's not
I
that.
think that would be a correct statement. This witness can testify as the information he received, that the latitude and longitude of the ping would direct you to a particular, I assume in Lafayette County, a particular spot in Lafayette County, Mississippi. And go from there.
He can testify that there is a margin of error, but he can't tell anybody what it is.
All right, I'll let him do that.
I didn't ask him about a margin of error, Your Honor.
He was trying to volunteer it whether you asked him or not anyway, so.
That's all we're planning on getting into.
I think we know where we stand anyway.
Thank you.
Somebody, Nancy, would you grab our witness for us?
Can I have my pen up? We're running out of paper.
No, I'm saving. Sorry. I'm probably gonna need that again for today,
Too
so.
much law.
That's all
All right. You got a Fleming's, thank you.
Can we instruct the witness beforehand?
What's that now?
Can I have a moment to instruct the witness regarding what he's not supposed to say?
Yes, please do. Okay. While the jury's coming in, I want y'all to be getting y'all's thoughts together on scheduling over the course of the next few days anyway. When we're gonna work, when we're not gonna work, and that kind of thing. Your thoughts on it, not when we're gonna do it, but your thoughts on it anyway. You ain't got no insurance, don't fall. All All right, you may resume your direct examination.
I believe where we left off, Sergeant Douglas, is when was the J. Lee's phone stopped transmitting, or you couldn't no longer receive pings?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was at 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
And you received latitude and longitude information in the from the phone from AT&T, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the last location of the ping, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were the last two locations, the ping locations?
The last two locations, the 7:28 a.m. ping, the 7:28:27 a.m. ping was near Stone Park, and the
John, we
7:28.
talked about that. John, you can give latitude and longitude only.
So he could say.
I'm going to let him, I think he can testify as to where that latitude and longitude intersect on the earth.
As to the ping on.
I don't know exactly what,
Same ping.
so I think he was saying ping. You limit your testimony to where the ping came from, okay?
Yes.
I think that's what you did. Go ahead.
Yes, so the ping, the direct ping, the last two pings, the 7:28:27 a.m. ping on July 8th is near Stone Park, which is across from the Oxford Police Department. And the 7:28:26 a.m. ping is near Residential College South, which is at the intersection of Gertrude Ford and Jackson Avenue. So in relation to,
Well, I'll ask, how far is Molly Bar Trails from Stone Park?
approximately half a mile,
And how far is Molly Bar Trails from Residential College South?
approximately 1.5 miles.
Now, you said you were doing this because, Jelly was missing, it was an emergency, and we're hoping to find him, as people usually keep their cell phones. What did you all do? The phone was off, or wait, before I get into that, you said they told you it stopped transmitting. Did that mean it was off? What did that mean?
It could be off, it could be broken. It's just not transmitting to cell towers anymore. So
Okay.
the cell towers are not receiving anything.
Okay, so it was just not there anymore. Okay, so how did your investigation proceed forward beyond the pings?
So after the pings, we continued looking for, the University Police Department continued to look for Jay Lee, look for his vehicle, look for things that we knew were associated with him. Then on July 10th, Lieutenant Carradine conducted an interview with Jose Reyes. I sat in on that interview. After that interview, I wrote a search warrant for Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay, did you actually go to the search warrant while it was being executed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I believe we've already sort of heard testimony regarding that. So following the search warrant on July 10th, had Jay Lee been found?
No, he had not.
So what were the next steps for you in your investigation?
Next steps were, I filed an exigency request with both Apple and Google. So I filed an exigency request with Apple for information associated with Jay Lee's Apple iCloud. We didn't have his phone at this point, but Apple iCloud is integral to iPhones, and we knew that Jay Lee had an iPhone. We also knew Jay Lee's Gmail account, and so we sent an exigency to see if that Gmail account was associated with his iCloud account.
So tell me, what was your purpose for sending these two exigency requests? Like, why did you do that in the investigation?
We wanted to see if they had location data that they would send us immediately, because we were trying to find him. We also wanted to see if anybody had called him, if anybody had texted him. We were trying to just get generalized information that would help us find Jay Lee, find where he was at, if we could.
And at this point in the investigation, did you have any information that you believe would make that relevant?
Can you repeat that question?
At this point in the investigation, did you have any information from witnesses or footage that would make that relevant or anything?
Yes. Other officers had spoken with Khalid Fears. Khalid had told them that he was on the phone with Jaylee the night that he went missing, that he was about to go to a hookup with someone that he had previously blocked.
And did you have an opportunity to view any footage that might have corroborated that?
Yes, I saw campus walk video footage of Jaylee leaving his apartment. He leaves the apartment on his phone, and the door doesn't close all the way behind him. Just the same way that officers found it whenever they arrived.
And did you later get a search warrant? Or well, let me approach. May I approach, Your Honor? I approach. I should show you.
She's asked to approach.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the Apple iCloud exigency form.
Okay, and is that what you received when you requested this back? I believe you said July 10th?
This is what I sent
Oh,
to
this is what
Apple
you sent. Okay,
to receive information back.
okay. And has it been changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have believe the Apple exigency marked for ID.
All right, for ID purposes, S-23. Is that the warrant or the return?
This is just the, what he requested, his request. Sergeant Douglas, did you at all follow up on, I believe you said something to Apple and to Google. Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we received the exigencies, but we eventually wrote search warrants for the information associated with Jaylee's Apple iCloud account and his Gmail account.
Okay. And when you received, did you receive information back from either of those?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay. And you don't have to ask every time. I don't think y'all gonna fight or anything.
Stack. Excellent, Dr. B. This was full search warrant by, this was the agency request.
Everybody good over there?
Apple search warrant on for Jaylee's iCloud, I believe. Yes. This is the Apple for his iCloud, yes. And then. Hold on a second. I didn't get that one. Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, ma'am. This is the search warrant for Jaylee's Apple ID information,
Okay.
or iCloud information, excuse me.
Is it the return?
No, this is the physical search warrant for the Apple iCloud.
Oh, okay.
So good return.
Yes, I'm just gonna do return. And is that in a substantially similar condition as when you submitted it?
Yes, it is.
And has it been changed in any way?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have it marked for identification.
In the Apple iCloud return,
Search
warrant itself, of the return.
just the IDs.
This S24 that's next, is that the iCloud return or the iCloud warrant?
Warrant.
Okay.
And you received information back from the Apple return and from the search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me what relevant information did you receive?
We found a phone number inside of the return that returned to Tim Herrington.
Let me show you this.
Anybody know any good jokes?
So, I think I accidentally put one down.
Sometimes this work is tedious, I'll say that.
Sergeant Douglas, oh,
He didn't use that. I couldn't read it. He read it.
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are the two things I handed you?
You handed me Apple message logs from the search warrant and a note that I found when going through the iCloud note data.
Does that accurately reflect two of the items that you received back to the Apple search warrant?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to enter those two items, the message logs he just referred to and the note from JV's iCloud account into evidence.
Message log, and the other thing was,
A note, and I'll let you explain what the note is.
So the note has, when going through Jaylee's iCloud account, there's a lot of information, a lot of data. One of the things that iCloud stores is your notes. So whenever you take a note on your phone in the Notes app, it's stored in Apple iCloud. Whenever we were going through those notes, we found a note, just like many people do, where he started writing down passwords associated with certain things. One of those things was Snapchat. We found a note that specifically said Snapchat and then had passwords written out next to it. And so we, when we found that, we downloaded the note, printed it off so that we would be able to access his Snapchat at some point.
Okay, at this time, I would have it, the note and the message log moved into evidence.
is that a composite S25, both are two different items?
I would do a composite, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Not without waiving my previous objections, but as far as this
Okay.
point, I'm no
Previous,
objection.
all right, is that S-25, two options? S-25, yeah. All right, we'll be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may.
Okay. So Sergeant Douglas, you just testified about a phone number that was related to Tim Herrington that you received.
We'll stipulate to the phone number to be worded out in the courtroom.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. He still has the same number. He still has the same number. Okay. So without saying what Tim Harrington's actual phone number is, just I would like you to look at, is it showing on your screen?
Nobody's, I don't think. In all likelihood, if it'll probably be shown to the world anyway. Don't show these phone numbers on the media this time, okay?
Sergeant Douglas, are you able to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And remind us again, this is from Jay Lee's Apple search warrant, like the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you highlighted 2 times. What are those times?
In Central Time, they're going to be 2:54 a.m. in Central Standard.
You said in Central Time. When you received this, what time was it in?
I believe PDT is Pacific.
And our time zone is Central.
Central, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time would indicate what time again?
2:54 a.m.
Okay, and at 2:54 a.m., you said the phone number, which they have stipulated is Tim Harrington's phone number. What were you able to determine happened from Jay Lee's account regarding Tim Harrington's phone number?
It received some form of message from that phone number.
Could you tell what kind?
No, ma'am. There wasn't any data associated with the message. It was just, it returned on an iMessage return, so we assume it's an iMessage.
And the next thing you received, and I won't show this either, is the passwords account to Jay Lee's accounts of different social medias.
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that important?
At this time, we had not received a return from Snapchat, but we also knew that Jay Lee used Snapchat quite often because we had talked to Khalid Fears and he spoke about how he would talk to Jay Lee on Snapchat. We wanted to know who all he was communicating with on Snapchat. We also wanted to see if there was any sort of data that could help us find him, see if there was some sort of message on Snapchat that showed where he had gone or where he was going or what he had done. We were trying to, whenever we found that password, what we were able to do is we were able to log into Jay Lee's Snapchat as though we were Jay Lee himself.
So you actually use that password to log into Jay Lee's Snapchat account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Did you discover anything?
So in Snapchat, you're able to go into your settings as a user and you're able to download your own data. And so we went into it and we downloaded the data of Jaylee's Snapchat account as though we were the user of, or the owner of the account. Whenever we downloaded that data, we were able to look at received messages. We weren't able to see the messages that Jaylee had sent, but we were able to see the messages that Jaylee had received. In those messages, we found texts in the time frame that Jaylee had left his apartment that sounded as though he was going to meet somebody that he had already met. Messages like "come back."
And you said, were you able to see what user was sending those?
Yes, the username was redeye_24.
And you said around the time he was leaving. What time was that? I'm sorry, around the time Jaylee was leaving?
Around the time that Jaylee was leaving.
Yeah, what time was that?
Would have been around 5 a.m.-ish.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I actually couldn't hear you, but you can review your notes if you need to. Actually,
I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm not able
actually-
to remember exact
May
times.
you said around the time he was leaving. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what has previously been introduced into evidence as S5. So I just put this out.
Do we put that?
I don't know why.
Did you get that?
Um, I can't see my mouse.
Oh, it's showing on there.
The first one.
I want the final. Showing it on the screen.
Have they got you anything except water to drink back there? I want Coke real bad. I wasn't gonna drink. I wasn't gonna drink one if y'all didn't have an option to get one. Okay.
There it goes. I think you just have to give it a minute.
You don't want to water out the stand. You make the best on that.
It was messages between 5:30 and 6 a.m.
So,
6, 7, 8.
I just wanted to get him when he walks out of his, so it's not. Yeah, I think you just have to wait for it to load. looks weird. This isn't how, this isn't correct. This isn't correct. No. Oh, is it?
Tell Jeremy the time frame.
I'm trying to go to last time we did. Is it showing for everyone?
Yes,
Okay. Yes. Sergeant Douglas, are you able to see States Exhibit 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you previously viewed this?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it accurate, this represents the last time Jay Lee was seen leaving his campus walk apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time was that around?
5:58 a.m.
And you were saying that you, from the logging into the Snapchat, you were able to see that messages from a Red Eye, username Red Eye, and what did it appear was happening around this time when he was walking out?
They were saying, "Come over."
Okay. And why was that important to you, that you saw around the time he was leaving, you see messages from a Red Eye saying, "Come over"?
Well, Khalid Fears had previously testified that, or had previously told us that he was going to meet up with someone for a hookup. So someone that he had blocked. So we assumed that whoever he was going over to, who said "come over," could potentially be the same person that Khalid was talking about.
And was there any other information in the Snapchat account that you thought was relevant or to a lead?
Yes, there was location information inside of the Snapchat account.
Other than the location information, we won't be getting into that, regarding accounts that may have been blocked or anything of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. Under blocked accounts, there was an account with the username Tim Herrington.
And why was this significant?
Because Khalid had said that he was going to someone who he had previously blocked.
So at this time, what did you all do, or what did you do?
At this time, whenever we finished reading the messages, we got a subpoena to Snapchat to get the user information associated, or the subscriber information associated with the Red Eye _24 account.
And were you, when you sent that subpoena, did you receive any information back?
Yes, the subscriber information revealed a phone number. That phone number was a Google Voice number. It returned to bandwidth.com was the individuals that owned the domain for the phone number. That phone number was a Google Voice number. So we sent an exigency request to Google to get subscriber information associated with that Google Voice number.
So before you go on, I want to make sure that we're all understanding. Was this was a phone number that was associated with a website, and that website was connected to Google?
So Google has a thing called Google Voice, where you can have a Google phone number. And so it was a Google Voice number.
Oh, so would it be accurate to say that the phone number was connected to a website, but it was like whoever owned the website, or that was their Google Voice number?
You could rent out or like subscribe and have that phone number given to you via Google, just like you would do with any other mobile carrier.
And when you did that, I believe you said it went to a Google Voice number. Were you able to determine anything that was connected to, like the Google Voice number?
Yes, we got a Gmail account that was dirt2, the number 2, dirt2diamonds podcast @gmail.com. Whenever we Googled Dirt to Diamonds podcast, we found a video of Sheldon Timothy Herrington interviewing somebody.
Your Honor, may I approach? I apologize. I'm not going to ask.
You can always approach him, guys over there, right?
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the part of the return that you received when you sent the search warrant to Snapchat for the subscriber information of Red Eye 24?
This is from the subpoena.
Oh, so the subpoena, I apologize. The subpoena for the subscriber information for Red Eye 24.
Yes, ma'am.
And you sort of have already gone through it. That was connected to ultimately Dirt to Diamonds, and you Googled that, and it was a podcast, right?
That same Google Voice number had a recovery phone number that was also Timothy Harrington's.
Oh, so you said that it had a
It had a
phone number?
recovery phone number. So a phone number, if you lose your password, it sends a code to your phone so you can get a new one. It had a recovery phone number associated with, that was Timothy Harrington's phone number.
So it was the same Timothy Harrington's phone number that we previously stipulated regarding?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, and at this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence the subscriber information from the Red Eye 24 account.
Which one is, which exhibit is that?
I think it's S26. S26.
That's 26. So that, what we call them, have you been identified?
He identified it as what he received.
He
back.
identified it, get a number assigned to it? I didn't think so.
I'll
All
identify
right,
it.
let's, pass it down, to be marked as S26, and I'll hear from you any objections.
No, really, I have my written objection
See it
as far as
again?
90211 stuff that we talked about before, but I just want to make sure that Detective Douglas looks through all those documents, make sure we don't have any biographical information. that may be-
All right, y'all look through that and make sure we don't have any of that, but,
I think she's taking everything out that need, I think we
we're
agree.
referring this as a Snapchat return, is that,
It's the subscriber information for Red Eye 24 account.
Any objection other than those previously noted?
No, John.
All right, be admitted.
And so at this time, so you received that return and kind of give us an overview of what happened. This was the Red Eye account when you logged into Jay's Snapchat that was actually chatting back and forth with him.
Yes, ma'am. This was redeye_24, the account that he was using to speak to Jay Lee that night.
Okay. And at this time, when Jay was leaving, one of the last messages that you could see from Red Eye appeared to be inviting him over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that coincided when Jay was leaving his apartment at 5:58.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this point in the investigation, what day did that happen?
That was July 20th.
Okay. Did anything
So
Happy that.
we logged into his Snapchat on July 20th. We got the subpoena on July 21st.
Okay. So anything else of relevance happened on July 21st?
On July 21st, we also received video footage from Rockets of a white Kia picking up the individual that had run down from Molly Bar Trails.
And who was driving that white Kia? Did your investigation reveal that?
The investigation did reveal that. So on July 22nd, the PD had been looking just all day for that white Kia, seeing if they could find it. UPD found it at Campus Walk on the morning of the 22nd. A traffic stop was initiated on that vehicle, and Keziah Carter was identified as the driver.
So did Keziah Carter identify who he picked up on July 8th?
Yes, during the interview, he identified Tim Herrington as the individual that he had picked up on July 8th.
So at this point in the investigation, what did you all do? What did you all do?
So because we had Keziah picking up Tim running down from Molly Bar Trails, because we had the Red Eye 24 messages saying, come over, because we were able to ID Red Eye 24 as Tim Herrington, we decided that it was best to go and speak to Tim Herrington.
And you said it's the 21st or 22nd? What day is it? July?
This was the 22nd.
Okay.
Whenever we speak with him.
You said that the footage of Tim Herrington running from Molly Bar Trails, that Keziah picked him up. Why was Molly Bar Trails important?
Because Molly Bar Trails is where Jay Lee's car had been found.
And were you aware of anything about when Jay Lee's car entered Molly Bar Trails?
I watched the video at some point, but I'm not aware of the exact time frames of each one of them.
But you know that it was the video Keziah picked him up coming from there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said you all decided at that point to that you needed to speak with him. Was this all in accordance also with information you had heard from Khalid Fears in the investigation?
It all stemmed back to Khalid Fears had spoken about someone that he had blocked, that Jay Lee had blocked, someone that he was going to meet for a hookup, and the messages have come over. So we believe, so it just added to believing that we needed to go speak with Tim Herrington.
And I believe earlier you stated when you reviewed Jay Lee's block list, when y'all accessed his account, Tim Herrington, the name that was under the blocked.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually participate in that interview of Tim Herrington?
I did not.
So where were you that day? What was going on?
That day, I was at OPD still reviewing data and getting the search warrants for the redeye_24 Snapchat account.
So tell me more now about that. You said you wrote a search warrant for the redeye_24 Snapchat account.
So I wrote a warrant for the redeye_24 search Snapchat account.
Okay. And why did you do that?
We wanted to get any information that was associated with that Snapchat account.
The first thing you did was you sent a subpoena for Redeye for subscriber information.
be honest, I'd just like him to answer. I hadn't objected a lot of reading. I know this is technical stuff.
I haven't asked the question. I haven't asked the question yet.
Don't we lead you witnessing? Try to be cognizant of it, okay?
So at this time, you previously talked about getting a subpoena for the subscriber information of redeye_24. Why did you get a warrant also for the Snapchat in full information of redeye_24? Why'd you do that?
Well, all we got was subscriber information. We didn't get messages or other data that was associated with the account. And we wanted as much information from that account as we could possibly get.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, I apologize.
He'll run you off from over there if he don't want you, so I'll let y'all worry about that.
Sorry, I'm so used to saying that. I'm gonna take out this stuff. That's your copy. Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the search warrant for the redeye_24 and Tim Herrington account.
The one that you received on what date?
The one that I got
Oh, sorry,
signed.
the way that you said, sorry, the one you drafted and sent off on what
I
date?
had signed on the 22nd, like got it drafted and sent off. I received the information from it on the 25th.
During at this time, I would move to mark this for ID, which is the search warrant for the redeye_24 account.
Be marked for ID.
Leave that as ID 27.
That was through Snapchat.
Yes, Snapchat for the redeye. So, Sergeant Douglas, you were saying that you got information back from this warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got that information back, what was the purpose again of why you wanted to get this
We already
information?
had one side of the conversation, but we wanted both sides of the conversation.
Between who?
Between Jaylee Snapchat and redeye_24 Tim Herrington Snapchat.
have just handed you.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is that?
These are screenshots from the Excel spreadsheet that have all the conversations between Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee's Snapchat, and redeye_24, which is Tim Harrington's Snapchat.
And is it the same as when you received it?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to mark for identification purposes the conversations between the Red Eye 24 account and the Jay Lee's account.
ID on it, right?
Yes, for ID.
That'd be 28, Kathy. All right, be marked. Hour and 15 minutes, everybody good? Let me know if you're not, okay?
Sergeant Douglas, what time period did these messages go over? What was the relevant time period for you?
In Central Time, these messages are from 5:17:09 a.m. till 6:03:15 a.m.
And I believe you said in Central Time. Why did you say it like that? How do you receive the data?
These are written in UTC.
What is UTC?
It's, I believe the term is universal time.
Okay. And to get to Central Standard Time, our time, what do you have to do?
You have to subtract, I believe, 5 hours from it.
And it also appears to be some kind of spreadsheet. Like, why is it that?
This is how it was sent to us. It was sent to us in an Excel spreadsheet. So there's an Excel spreadsheet that has tabs. One of those tabs would be the sending user, the receiving user, the text, and then the timestamp of the actual message.
And just so we're clear, these are the messages between Jay Lee and the Tim Harrington Red Eye 24 account from when to when?
From 5:17:09 a.m. through 6:03:15 a.m.
And at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the Snapchat messages between Jay Lee and the Red Eye 24 Tim Harrington account that he just testified to.
Any objection?
Other
Other than previous objection. All right, that'd be S28, would that be correct? S28 will be admitted.
I just want to make sure for the record, I think I got a string of objections, but my relevancy objection is still moving forward. I know, hadn't heard anything about making it relevant, but I have been objecting to relevant.
Your objection as to relevancy has been noted as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Okay. Sergeant Douglas, I want us to go through these messages together. Do you have the full messages up with you to read?
I have the exhibit, yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could, tell us what I'm going to show it up here, and you have for them to see, and you have one so you can look at it. Tell us who is speaking and what is being said, and the time. Am I at the beginning, the right
The beginning's
time?
at the very bottom. The beginning is at the very bottom, the very last row.
Oh, thank you. So that first message would be it. So, what does, go ahead and tell me, what does it say?
The message says, "Who TF is this?"
And what is that? Who TF?
Who the fuck is this?
And who sent that message?
That was Jay Lee to Red Eye.
And you can just go on to the next one and tell us back and forth who is speaking.
So it's Jay Lee, he says, "Who the fuck is this?" And then he sends a question mark. He then sends, "What did you
Make sure
do?
you
What,
speak into the microphone.
what did you just delete?" He then sends, Jay Lee then sends, "You made it like this." Red Eye responds, "Come back at 5:26 a.m.
And the next message, who is that?
Herrington sends, "You coming or nah?" at 5:26:54 a.m.
Continue on, please.
Lee then says no at 5:27. Herrington asks why not. Herrington then sends 2 question marks
At what time?
at 5:31:43 a.m. Lee says, you just wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed to nut in my mouth. Hopefully you ain't been fucking nobody raw. Then ask if I'm gonna stop harassing you now that you wanna stop linking. You know how much of an asshole move that is."
What time was that message sent?
That message was sent
Your Honor,
at 5:34:40 a.m.
not on this document.
It's at the very top.
Where's the? Let me show you.
Okay. Now show us where it is on the document and why it's not showing fully on the screen.
At the very top of the document, it has the entire message and then it says which file it is. So it's K140.
This is K1.
So K140. So in the middle, you can see that the row is K, the text row is K. And at the very left, it says 140. So you can see that the row 140 on the very far left side of the document. And if you move over, you'll see the beginnings of it at the very top of the document. It shows the entirety of what's contained inside of that message.
Why did y'all, when you printed this out, why did you do it like that?
Because we couldn't, I wanted to, in this screenshot, I wanted to get the sender, the receiver, the sender, the text information, and then the time all in one screenshot.
And so if you could tell me what time that last message you just sent, what time was that sent at?
This was sent at 5:34:40 a.m.
And if I'm reminded, what time did Jay Lee ultimately leave his apartment?
At 5.
Objection to character question.
Sit down.
Leave his apartment. What time did Jay, I apologize, I wasn't clear.
No objection.
What time did Jay Lee ultimately leave his apartment?
Around 5:50 a.m.
So we're at 5:34 a.m. right now. We could go back to the messages. Who sends the next one?
Jay Lee does.
And what does it say?
He says, "You fool."
And go on and continue on with the conversation and the timestamps and who's speaking like before.
After "you fool," it is Jay Lee. He says, "Like you done did some questionable shit, but that was too much." Jay Lee then says, "Have a good night, Tim."
And why was that relevant to you, that message? Have a good night, Tim.
It helps confirm that Tim Herrington is the individual that he is speaking to.
Continue on saying who is speaking, the time, and what the message content is.
The next message is from Jay Lee, and it says, "Yeah, now it seems like you just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something."
What about the next? And what time was that sent?
That was sent at 5:37:16 a.m.
And what about the next?
The next was sent from Red Eye, which is Tim Herrington, and says, "You tripping. I do feel bad because we cool. I ain't trying to end it like this." The next is from Jay Lee, and it says, how we cool, and you barely want me to text you.
You can please tell me the timestamps as well.
That was sent at 5:39:10 a.m. The next was Herrington. It says, I'm saying you're a cool person at 5:39:54 a.m. The next is Jay Lee saying, when the last time you've fucked somebody, don't lie. That was sent at 5:54 a.m. Herrington responded and said a few weeks ago at 5:41:39 a.m. Lee responded with raw or condom at 5:42:14 a.m.
And we'll start again. Oh, the next page. When you pick up to the next conversation and the time and who's speaking, let me know.
So at 5:44:49 a.m., Jay Lee responds, only way I see you again is if I'm getting head in the front. At 5:45:14 a.m., Harrington responds, At 5:45:19 a.m., Harrington sends okay. At 5:45:43 a.m., Lee says, what you keep deleting, and that's it, just okay. At 5:46:21 a.m., Harrington states, I misspelled something, and okay, I'll do it. At 5:48:02 a.m., he responds, YK, or you know, if you try something fast, it won't end good for you, right? At 5:48:19 a.m., Harrington responds, WYM, or what you mean, something fast. At 5:48:45 a.m., Lee states, like try to hurt me, or son, or some shit. At 5:50:25 a.m., Harrington responds, I know. At 5:51:14 a.m., Lee states, possibly later tonight. At 5:51:38 a.m., Harrington responds with, LOL, I just told you I'm leaving later today. At 5:53:48 a.m., Lee states, LOL, okay, we finna, or fixing to, see if you lying. At 5:48:01 a.m., Harrington responds, lying about. 5:54:19 a.m., Lee says, making it up. 5:54:34, Lee says, I'm coming. At 5:54:56, Lee states, what that mean? At 5:55:39, Lee states, has there ever been a scent before? At 5:55:44 a.m., Lee says, I'm asking. And at 6:03:15 a.m., Lee says, open.
He says, and if we go to the next page.
That's the end of that conversation.
All right. Okay. Let me, brief indulgence. He says, open. What was the last message? I apologize. I was following along that you, Jamie sent.
At 6:03:15 a.m., Lee said, open.
Okay. So. After receiving that information, you said you previously didn't have the full conversation. But did that amount to, when we look at the timeline of when Jay Lee left his apartment and all that, how did that all connect?
This matches exactly with when Jay Lee was leaving to go to Tim Harrington's apartment.
Did you do any other search warrants?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And tell me about the ones of interest in the case.
So there are two that are that we found information that we thought was relevant. The first one is the Dirt to Diamonds search warrant, the Dirt to Diamonds podcast at gmail.com. We did a search warrant for the information associated with that Gmail.
And remind me again, what was Dirt to Diamonds?
Dirt to Diamonds was the same podcast that was used to register the Google Voice number that was then used to register the Red I-24 Snapchat account.
And how did you discover it was connected to Tim Herrington?
Both with the recovery phone number and the podcast that he has out for everyone to see.
And that recovery number was his real phone
His
number?
actual phone number, yes.
So let's start, I guess, with the Dirt to Diamonds. When you applied for that search warrant, did you receive a return?
Yes, I did.
Good, Jerry? Let me know if you're not.
Sergeant Douglas, is this the Google search warrant, or the search warrant you sent for the Dirt to Diamonds to Google?
Yes, ma'am.
And has it been, does it accurately present that search warrant?
Yes, it does.
Tell me again, what date did you draft that and send off?
This one was signed on August 3rd. We initially sent the first one. We didn't get almost any data back from the original. We didn't write in the search warrant. We didn't explain each individual application that Google has. And so they didn't give us anything back for things like YouTube or Google search or Google Voice, things of that nature. So we wrote into the search warrant all the applications that Google uses and provides, all the services that they provide, the applications that they run and have. We made sure that those were in the search warrant so we could get information associated with those things from Google. And so we wrote a second one. So the first one we wrote on July 25th. The second one we wrote on August 3rd.
And July 25th, was that be the day that the red eye, like you got Tim Herrington's red eye messages?
July, that would have been the day that we got the return from Snapchat.
To see that full conversation that we just
Yes,
went over?
yes.
Okay. This time I would like to mark for identification the Google search warrant to Dirt to Diamonds podcast. Or, yeah.
Friday, 29th.
Okay. Brief indulgence. This is the okay, here. Let's go. And were you able to get information from that Google search warrant? Did you receive something in return?
Yes, I did.
Sergeant Douglas, is this what you received in return? Could you identify that for us?
Hard for identification, I think.
let him identify it and mark it, and we'll go from there, okay?
These are the Google, this is the Google search history associated with Dirt to Diamonds podcast at gmail.com.
Okay. And what was that time frame that you got that for?
We got it up to, it's written in the warrant.
I'm not objecting to it for tomorrow. I object to it. She's not trying to interrupt you.
I'm gonna have him do some further identification for the relevant time frame, mark it for ID, and then I am getting the.
Oh, she's in trouble.
You're trying to introduce it after that.
I would need to review my search warrant to know the entire time frame that I have.
Handing the witness what has been previously marked for identification as the S-29.
The time frame was May 28th, 2022 until July 22nd, 2022.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to have the Google search warrant returned, marked for identification.
Okay, be marked for ID.
Sergeant Douglas, I'm handing you what's been marked for ID as State's Exhibit 30, or State's Exhibit 30, yes. Tell me, when you got that return, did it contain any messages that were relevant?
So these are searches. This is the search history
I
of.
apologize, thank you for letting me know.
Yes, ma'am. So there is a search.
Answer, yes or no, Your Honor, this time. Object to the non-responsive answer. The question was, did
Go
you
ahead and repeat your question anyway.
Sergeant Douglas, did it contain any messages that were relevant to the disappearance of Jay Lee, Tim Herrington, anything?
Yes, it contains searches that were relevant to the case.
Okay. What was, if you could tell me the time frame of the searches?
On July 8th, 2022 at 5:56 a.m., Tim Harrington Googled how
Hold
long,
on.
or Dirt to Diamonds podcast at
Wait, hold
gmail.com.
on. So that now that he said they were relevant, I would just move to enter it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
object, Your Honor, this time?
Oh, hang on a second. You're asking that S-30 be introduced into evidence this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
Your Honor, I'd like to be outside the presence of the jury.
Y'all, step that way, be a good time to take a break anyway, okay? So let's all take this short break and come back. Coffee black, cigarettes. Up the street.
Thank you.
All right, let's try to get started back, okay? If you need a minute, let me know, but otherwise, let's.
Thanks.
Judge, as we stated before, as to, had our hearing briefly as to the Google documents, that would require an expert to come in, either a forensic expert or someone qualified from Google to come in to do those particular documents, Your Honor, as opposed to something that was taken off of a particular cell phone that was extracted onto through a program, then an expert would provide it. Only someone certified either through Google or someone that can do the forensic download qualified to do that can introduce those documents.
Let me, I know we talked about this last week, and so I'm gonna just ask some questions anyway. The document that we're referring to, exhibit number 30, was pursuant to a search warrant, where the officer sent Google a search warrant asking for data, asking for what was on Google,
Yes, Your Honor.
and this was received back from Google pursuant to that search warrant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nobody has objection, I'd like to see what form that is. Is it just written it's just,
It's Google searches, Your Honor. Send you back text messages or something. It's just Google searches, Your Honor.
Mr. All right, Mr. Tolan, I'd like to, I'll give you tell me why you believe this information is contained. Is this is marked as S30?
30.
That's my copy.
This is S30 here.
Yeah.
Tell me why you think that, is technical data that needs to have an expert to introduce.
Primarily, first of all, I want to go through the steps of how what we were provided in the 90211 authentication certificate that Detective Baker would be the sponsoring witness and the custodian. First of all, obviously this is Ben Douglas, not Ryan Baker. Second of all, is that the data on there is something that was turned on the search warrant. That particular information requires an expert to authenticate that, either authenticate that or testify about the content of it after it's been authenticated. That's consistent with Fleming and consistent with Smith.
All right, but this, as I understand it, this is not something that an officer downloaded. This is something that was search warrant from Google. Is that correct? Or-
Yes, Your Honor.
I know at some point we talked about this officer or that officer dumping a phone and getting information from, but this is pursuant to from Google.
It is, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a search warrant. It's a search warrant from Google. We mark the search warrant for identification. Google downloads the search history and sends it to us. It doesn't require an expert. Fleming, I read Fleming. The reason that they say it requires an expert is because you're getting into technicalities of triangulating and calculating where someone is. These are just search results, Your Honor. Anyone who could read them.
I'm going to find this does not require a Fleming type expert. I'll give you an opportunity. If there's other grounds for your objections out here, but I don't think this reading the words that Google sent to you, it does not require any technical knowledge anyway.
So I'm clear with the court's ruling is it basically that search warrant was issued, material was sent back pursuant to the search warrant, officer received it, came from Google, really doesn't need a certificate of authentication. All he's got to do is be similar to a phone.
I didn't say.
Now what I'm saying is.
That's
I just
two
wanna
different
make
arguments.
sure.
That's just two different arguments anyway.
Right.
At this point, I have said that this is not a Fleming argument, guy.
I guess what I want to be clear, understand when I cross this witness, I want to make sure that search warrant comes back, as long as the material is something that he gets, anybody can read it, get the material on it, he can interpret it, doesn't require an expert to interpret it, he can testify about that material. Fair? Is that right?
That's
Thank you.
That's what I'm finding.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Not from the state.
Let's see if the jury's ready, okay? If they're ready, bring them on in.
Not ready for that yet. Thank you, Your Honor.
You want to get it into him.
All right, everybody good? You may resume your.
Sergeant Douglas, could, at this time, Your Honor, I would like to have Exhibit 30 admitted into evidence.
All right, over the objection, counsel, I'm going to admit the Exhibit 30 into evidence.
No, it's basically my previously stated.
Previously stated, I think we're okay on the other.
Yes, I do.
You already handed it back. Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
Oh, you may.
Sergeant Douglas, I believe where we left off was you had sent off a search warrant. Explain to us like what we're going to be looking at.
So these are Google search results that came back in the activity of Dirt to Diamonds podcast at gmail.com.
And how did that relate to Tim Herrington?
This is the email address that was on the Red Eye 24 Snapchat account that had his phone number as the recovery phone number and all to identify that it is his account.
Okay. And looking at these search results, could you tell me what if there's a relevant one or relevant? Tell me about the relevant ones.
There are a few relevant ones on the sheet that you have.
Tell me where to go.
Let me ask you this. Do you want all of those introduced or do you want
They're
just
all
relevant ones introduced?
Yeah, the entire package. It's just that we're just going to go. He's going to go to specific ones to point out, but the entire package will be there for.
I understand that you may want to introduce the entire package, and I've had an opportunity to look at some of them, but I don't know what else is there 10 days prior. I don't know what the time frame is. Is it relevant to the time frame in question?
I would like to, anything that you feel is relevant, let's narrow it down to that. Either side feel is relevant. I'd like to narrow it down to that time frame.
At some point in time.
At some point in time,
Thank
okay?
you.
Okay. So, explain to us the time frame that these Google searches cover, and these are Google searches, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Explain to us the time frame that this covers.
This would cover the entire time frame of the search warrant. So May. May 28th to July 22nd of 2022.
No, I think that, I hate to keep jumping up, but surely at some point in time, we can get together and not take some stuff.
I would like for y'all to try to do that.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we don't plan to go through every message. We're going to go through a few. Sergeant Douglas, take me to the date of Jay Lee's disappearance. Tell me about the relevant searches on July 8th, 2022.
So on July 8th of 2022 at 5:56 a.m., there is a Google search for how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petitio.
Okay, so July 8th.
That's on the 7th page of this document.
Okay. Is it? Can you? Okay. So let me do this. Right here. See can you see the little arrow?
Yes.
The little red arrow? Okay. Tell me, what time is that?
That is 5:56 a.m. Central.
And what time does it come in? Like what time is was listed on the searches?
It comes in that universal time, that UTC, and it says 10:56:54.
Explain a little bit like what universal UTC time is.
It's just another time zone that's different than ours, as far as I understand.
So when you move it to our time zone, what time was this search made?
The search was made at 5:56 a.m. on that Central Time.
And it said, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito? Were you able to learn anything? Do you know who Gabby Petito is?
I'm kind of familiar, but not really.
It's interpreting the content of the message objectively.
Yeah, well, I asked if you knew.
I'm gonna, if he knows who Gabby Petito is, I'm gonna let him ask, but I don't answer, but I don't. Go ahead.
Okay,
I don't have intimate knowledge of any of it.
Okay.
I just know the name from that. There was a big case about it.
okay. Did you discover anything about this search?
As in what?
As in, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito? About what happens when you search? How long does it, tell me.
Yes, so whenever you search how long does it take to strangle someone, this is the first thing that pops up in the Google search bar, the autocomplete. So whenever you're typing things in the Google and they autocomplete, this is the first one that pops up.
Okay, so as you're typing that, it auto-completes with the name Gabby Petito.
Yes.
Okay, and what, you said that this was what time when you converted to our time?
5:56 a.m.
And if you could remind me, what time was Jay Lee's account texting open to Tim Herrington's Red Eye account? I believe you said that was the final message. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The time of open was at 6:03:15 a.m.
And was there any further message between the two accounts after 6:03 a.m.?
No, ma'am.
And this one was at 5:56 a.m., the Google search.
This Google search was at 5:56 a.m. Yes.
Also on is there any searches that took place after this that were of relevance?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me where to go to find those.
The very first page on the back of it.
And
On July 10th, it'll say July 10th at 8:10:44 UTC, which would be 3:10 p.m.
okay. Am I the arrow pointing to the right?
Yes, ma'am. He searches the Molly Bar apartments. UPD on the 10th released the press notice that Jay Lee was missing this same day around this same time. At this time, UPD had not found the vehicle yet. We didn't know where it was at. And once that notice comes out from UPD, he Googles Molly Bar apartments at 3:10 p.m.
Right. And
which happens to be where the car is eventually located.
were you involved in the creation of that press release?
I was. I created the press release and sent it to Lieutenant McGuire to then submit.
And what day and time did you, was it sent out, if you can remember?
I remember it was sent out on July 10th. I know that I sent it to Shayla sometime afternoon.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
Sometime afternoon is whenever I sent it to Shayla. I'm not sure when she clicked send on the post to put it up.
And may I have this marked for ID as State's Exhibit
31.
31. I'm handing the witness what is now been marked for ID as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you, what do you recognize it as? What is it?
This is the document that was released on July 10th as a press release for the fact that Jaylee had not been seen or heard from since July 8th.
And is that the one that you created?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And at this time, I would move to enter the press release into evidence.
Any objections? All right, it'll be admitted. $31. If I'm counting right. Kathy, give me the high sign.
And Matt, publish to the jury.
Okay.
Your Honor, I want to state, I hope the press didn't get the fact that our plastic's falling down on the window.
Yeah, I know. What?
Maybe the board of supervisors need to find out.
Yeah, we'll get some spray paint this afternoon. Y'all, I think everybody but me can see, so we're all right. But it shows me my best light, I think, don't y'all, this profile view?
Sergeant Douglas, could you tell me what was, what information did y'all have at the time of the release of this press release about like Jaylee's disappearance?
We had the video from housing that showed that he had left, when he had left, what he was wearing when he left. We had information from the university that gave information about his car, and we had information about him that showed his date of birth, height, how much he weighed, things of that nature.
And if you could point to sort of the missing person details, what was Jaylee's height and weight?
He was 5'7", weighed 120 pounds.
I'm going to go back to the searches, that very first page. If you could look for me at the top, the third, or that very first page, the first one from the bottom, or not the first one, but the second one from the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
Please read what that search is.
It says Ole Miss student found in lake.
And what time of day was that search?
4:32 p.m.
On July 10th?
Yes.
And the next one?
The next one is a link to people.com, the Ali Castile murder.
Who is Ali Castile?
Ali Castile is the victim of a murder in Lafayette County.
Was she also an Ole Miss student?
She was.
And the last few, and what time was that one at?
4:32 p.m.
And the last few searches, are they all about that? Like top search, what's that one?
They are, there's a New York Post article about it, and then there's a KTLA article about it.
I'm going to go back to search warrants. I know you got the Google one for Tim Herrington's Google account. Did you get another one?
I did.
And what was that one?
I got one for Meta, so Facebook and Instagram. I sent one to Meta.
No, it's too big. Search warrant. Oh, here it is. Apologize. Yeah, we don't have this. Actually, can I have this marked for ID as States Exhibit 32? And I'll have him identify that. Sergeant Douglas, I have previously been marked for identification as States Exhibit 32. Do you recognize that States Exhibit 32?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and is that the search warrant that you did for Tim Herrington's accounts?
It is, this is the first one. We did a second one. So the first one we sent, and Meta did not want to comply with it. And we sent this one initially on July 22nd. They refused it. So we returned it on August 23rd. And we got a second one on August 5th signed. We also returned that one on August 23rd.
And let me make sure I got there's two of them. No wonder there were two of them. This must be the other. Is this a search warrant that you did?
Yes.
So the one that I just gave you is the search warrant that.
That is the one that was signed on July 22nd.
And when did you get the next one?
I signed the next one, or I got the next one signed.
Yeah, when you got
on
the
August 5th. We received the data on August 15th.
Okay, so this is one. States Exhibit 32 is going to be the first search warrant for ID. And this is going to be the second one. Pending the witness, what has been identified now as States Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that, Sergeant Douglas?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and is that second search warrant you were just referring to?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and you sent it to Tim Harrington's Instagram and Facebook.
Yes.
Okay, what were those Instagram and Facebooks?
The handle for the Facebook was timmy.harrington.3, and the Instagram was Tim the CEO.
And did you receive a return from that
I did.
one? And was it a large return?
There was a decent amount of data on the return. We got names, addresses, search history, telephone numbers, IP addresses, things of that nature.
And did you review that entire return and pull portions to talk about your check?
Yes, we did.
This marks for us is right. Sergeant, I'm handing Sergeant Douglas what has now been marked as State's Exhibit 34 for identification. Do you recognize this, Sergeant Douglas?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a download of search history data from Meta, from Facebook.
And tell me, is this all of it or just a portion of it?
This is all of the search history that we were given.
What was the time frame?
The time frame, May 28th through July 22nd.
May 28, 2022 to July 27, 2022?
22nd,
Oh,
2022.
22nd, 2022. Okay. And does that accurately reflect that, that time frame you requested?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the full searches for the time frame you requested?
This is the full, whenever we open the document on the computer, when we open the document on the computer, this is the full document
Okay,
that's was related to search history.
search history. And this time, Your Honor, I would like to have State's Exhibit 34 entered into evidence.
Second objection.
All right, previous objection be noted. I'm going to admit it into evidence.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You may.
Sergeant Douglas, tell me about what page to go to for any searches that piqued your interest.
So on the first page, on 7/10/2022, the UTC time is 10/21/37/36. He searched on Facebook, Tony Faris said. The UTC time converted to Central would be 4:37 p.m.
Okay. And so what would that time be in Central Time?
4:37 p.m.
And what day was that?
July 10th.
And who was Tony Faris?
Tony Faris was the lawyer that represented the defendant in the Alex Steele murder.
Alex Steele is a student from Ole Miss.
From Ole Miss, the same one in the search history from Google around the same time frame.
Oh, so from when we were looking at the Google from the Alex Steele murder, these are done how close in time?
Within the same minute,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
within a minute, or within the same time.
Were there any other searches that I should look at here? We should show the jury.
So if you go to the second page, halfway down, on the 11th, you'll see 044635 UTC. He searched on Facebook, Oxford, Mississippi Police Department at 11:46 p.m. That's on July 10th.
what is that time when converted to Pacific, our time?
11:46 p.m.
11, and now what search do I need to go to next?
If you look one down from that, at 03:02:18, at 10:02 p.m. on 7/11/22. It says Ole Miss Police. He searched Ole Miss Police. Directly underneath that one, he also searched Jimmie Lee at 4:01 a.m. on the 12th. If you go further down, or on the next page, you'll see that he Googles, or that he searches on Facebook, Oxford, Mississippi Police multiple times on the 13th and on the 14th. And on the 15th.
And tell me, like, what days are these?
These are the days.
Like, what day of a year?
What day?
month of the year?
Yes.
I apologize.
Yes.
Month.
So this would be July 7/15, so July 15th of 2022.
And he's searching what?
He's repeatedly searching either Jimmie Lee, or he's searching Oxford Police, or Find Jimmie Lee, or Ole Miss Police, keeping up with the investigation, it seems like, by looking over and over again for Jimmie Lee, Oxford Police, Jimmie Lee, Ole Miss, Jimmie J. Lee.
And what, do you remember, do you know what day Timothy Herrington ultimately was arrested for the disappearance of Jimmie Lee?
The 22nd.
And does he continue to make searches like that up until he's arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Brief indulgence. Your Honor, I tender the witness.
All right, everybody good on the video? All right, you may cross-examine.
I'm gonna wait till she go in and get,
I'm sorry.
take your time.
Stuff. Apologize.
You just-
I'll take that. Done.
I proceed, Your Honor.
Hey,
I hope I don't knock some of this stuff off.
Oh, I just didn't want to take too much time.
It's okay.
This is yours.
It's all
This
right.
is evidence. No, I put them all over there.
Thank you. Detective Douglas, I'm Kevin Horan. How you doing?
Good, how about you?
I'm doing pretty well. I want to ask you a couple of things about your episodes involving the search warrants. You remember how many you did?
I don't remember the total number. I think it was somewhere around 25 though.
And your investigation began, I guess, as a missing person, and then y'all kind of transitioned into assisting or OPD?
Yes, sir. So we started it as a welfare concern. The welfare concern, whenever we found the car in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction, we began helping OPD because we believed that something most likely occurred outside of our jurisdiction because the car was located at Molly Bar Trails.
Okay, I want to hand you the document and tell me if you can identify, mark for identification. Have mark for identification. I was in it, return on JB. I'm gonna hand you and see if you can identify your signature. Does that represent the return on the entertainment center out of Mr. Lee's car as a result?
Yes, sir.
of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have it marked. I mean, you can see it in the evidence this time.
Any objection? Gonna be D 35, that's return of J. Lee search call. Return.
But I just want to be clear, I have no objection to the return, actually, no objection.
Okay, but that's the return of search warrant of J. Lee's car, right?
Second, I'd like to have marked for identification, return on, I believe is you did a search warrant on Mr. Harrington's car as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was the information.
It was it's called Burla. So the thing is Burla. It's a specific system where a investigator is qualified to go and pull the little black box infotainment system out of your car. That holds information associated with what the vehicle is doing. And vehicles that are newer, it's really good. And vehicles that are older, a lot of times it's not so great.
So you received a burglar report, correct? Does that appear to be that report?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And does that appear to be the burglar?
Yes, sir. This appears to be the Burla report.
Burla, B-E-R-L-A. Like having introduced this stuff.
objections?
Parking unit.
Any objections?
May we approach?
Okay. Are y'all ready, Mr. Creek? Y'all ready? Okay, good enough.
That appears to be the Burley report, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, you just testified, I believe, that Burley report and older cars sometimes, they're off a little bit. And in fact, y'all have a report in the file that says it may or may not be all 10 minutes. Is that right?
What I know about
Sheldon McGuire got a report in there that says it may be all.
I'm not sure what Sheldon McGuire wrote in her reports, but I know that whenever I spoke with the people that did this borough, it was the information that I was given was that it was not good, so much so that they sent it off to Burla themselves. They sent the entire report to Burla to attempt to get them to reconstruct it. And whenever the things that they sent back, the reconstructions that they sent back, they said were not fit. The reconstructed data should only be used as,
Hold on a second. My question was, did you have a report in your file that your officer, your department, Sheldon McGuire, indicated that it was all 10 minutes?
I'm not Sheldon McGuire. I don't know what she wrote in
You
her
have
reports.
a report in your file that indicates that, Detective.
Objection, Your Honor. He said he doesn't know what she has in her report. That's the answer.
No.
Let's just answer the question.
Yes or no? That's all I'm asking. You have a report in your
What,
file.
what's the objection? I didn't understand it.
Asked and answered.
As to which question? Does he have it or not? Has he
said-
answered the question? Does he have it in his file?
He said he doesn't know what she has in her report. That's what he said.
Okay. I'll handle that with Ms. McGuire. All right, now, I want you to pull to this page right here on 07/08/2022. It'll have the bottom of the page, it's about 2 in, I think.
7/08/22. This one?
That's correct, I believe. And it's 17:30, 8:02 time stamped at the bottom. Are you to that page? Next.
This is 172601.
Very bottom of the page. Time step 17:38.
It's not bottom of this page, is it? It's at the bottom.
Next page.
It's at the top of the next page, isn't it?
Okay, that's fine. Go to the time stamp that you can find in this report. 07, 08, 0325, 59. You see that entry?
0738. What?
07, 08, 22 at 0325, 59.
There we go, right there.
All right. Read that entry on that report.
So this entry says door and then driver door was opened at 2022-07-08-03-2559 opened 07-08-2022-03-2559 and local.
What is the entry below that?
The entry below that says door and then driver door was opened at 2022-07-08-04-1226, then opened. And then 07-08-2022-04-1226, and then local.
What is the next line?
It says door and then driver door was opened at 2022-07-08-04-4735, opened 07-08-2022-07 or 04-4735, and then local.
Next entry?
Driver door closed, or driver door was closed at 2022-07-08-04-4744, closed 07-08-2022-047 or 04-4744.
Okay, I want you to go down to, read the next entry.
Which one's the next one? 608.
Yes.
Driver door was closed at 2022-07-08-06-1108, closed 07-08-2022-06-1108, local.
Okay. Now, the next entry involves passenger door was open, correct? Is that right?
Further down it does.
Okay.
Further down it says passenger door was opened at 2022-07-08-07-3440.
And passenger door was closed at what time?
2022-07-08-07-3441.
Okay. So according to this report, on this particular report, talking to Sheldon McGuire about her investigation involving 7:34:41 passenger door, according to this report, Jay Lee's car opened and closed within a millisecond of each other.
Yeah, but right above it, it says that the driver door opened 3 times without closing on itself.
That's correct. It does say that. It says open, closed, open, closed, correct?
No, it says driver door was opened, driver door was opened, driver door was opened, then
That's
driver
correct.
door was closed. The driver door was opened 3 times without being closed. This is why we didn't think that this document was relevant or.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Driver door was open. Driver door was closed. And up here it says driver door was open, closed, and open, closed, closed. Right?
Yep. Further
Okay.
down, it says opened, closed, open,
Open,
closed.
closed.
open,
It doesn't
closed,
mean
open,
someone's
closed.
not opening and closing the door, does it?
I mean, with the discrepancies at the start of it, where the door is opened, It could be that it's being opened and closed. It could be that it's not being opened and closed. That's why we didn't use this data.
I understand you didn't use the data, but nobody in the office of UPD or OPD has made any type of report that this discovery that was sent to me was invalid until you testified here today. Can you explain that?
What do you want me to explain?
I want to know why somebody from UPD didn't put in a report that when you got a search warrant back, you got this Burley report, and you sent it to an officer up there in Bartlett, Tennessee, right?
Yes, sir.
He downloaded it, right?
Yes, sir.
He sent it back to you, correct?
He did.
He didn't give you a report that there may be some harassment problems with this particular document. You don't have that report, do you?
Have it in.
Yes or no?
We have it in an email, and we were, as was stated earlier, we were assisting OPD with this investigation. Whenever I would write a search warrant and I would get information back, I would take the information. I want to finish my statement. I understand, but I want to finish the statement to explain. I want to answer your question. I'm trying to. So whenever I would get information back, when I would,
We ask the question. You can answer yes or no, and then you
Explain why there's no report provided in the files to the DA's office or anywhere else that's been given to me in 22,000 documents. Why there's anything in any report that says this stuff isn't accurate. Can you explain that to me? That's my question.
whenever I would get information back, I would give it to Ryan Baker, and he would determine whether that was information that was worth using or not. They would write it in follow-ups. If it was information that was useful, we would write a report about useful information. Information that was useful to our case, to figuring out what had happened. We're trying to figure out what happened to Jay Lee. And so that's this information, because it's not credible, because there's so many discrepancies inside of it, we don't need to use it. So why would we like sit and talk about for an extended period of time why it's not useful?
Well, Detective, I'm a little confused about how it's not useful, because if you look at that Burley report, and it says the last time that Jay Lee's car door opened and closed was at 7:34, right?
From what you had me read,
Yeah. Jay Lee's car on the same time at 7:34. Even if you take what Sheldon McGuire said, that it's all 10 minutes. I don't know how she came up with that. You got to
Objection, Your Honor, facts not evidence.
One second.
I'll rephrase my question. You look at that report. It says that door opened and closed, both passenger and driver side door opened and closed in 1/10 of a second of each other. When's the next entry that anything happened on that car?
on the 8th,
What
it says
time?
driver door was opened at 7:38:07.
What time?
Driver door was closed, so it says passenger was closed, and it says passenger door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed, 4 times in a row between on the 8th at 07:38:07, then on the 9th at 4:47, then on the 9th at 6:01, then on the 9th at 7:18, then on the 9th at 7:18. So that one says open. But right after the passenger door was closed, the next 4 on this document say driver door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed. So it's saying that and then the 4th one, the driver door was closed. So the next 4 times that on this document, it's continually saying the driver door was closed even though it wasn't open. The driver was closed even though it hadn't been opened. The driver was closed even though it hadn't been opened.
The next entry, my question was, when was the next entry after the 7:34 was what time?
Which 7:34? So passenger door was
Yeah, when was
opened
it?
or closed?
All right, it was 7:38:08, correct?
The driver door was opened or closed. Driver door was closed again at
Detective,
7:8:22 at 7:38:07.
I'm just trying to get you, the next entry on this Burley report after the 7:34:41 was
7:38:07.
Okay,
Yes.
Now, it says driver door closed at that time, right?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Bear
Yes,
with
it
that.
says close.
it says driver door closed on the next entry on 079 at 22 at what time?
At 044733.
Thank you. And what time would that be the next day?
This just says 044733. It doesn't have like any sort of
Okay,
time standard on it.
we'll get back to it. Detective, I want to ask you about a couple other search warrants. You did you do a search warrant on the automobile of Mr. Herrington?
No, I did not.
You did not do that?
No,
Did you assist in that search warrant?
no, I did not.
So, when did your investigation conclude?
When did my investigation conclude?
UPD's investigation conclude and y'all became,
We began helping OPD on the 10th whenever the vehicle was recovered. But our investigation hadn't concluded. We continued to assist.
that's a bad term. I guess my question is, when did y'all become associated with, basically, I know you didn't turn it over to Oxford PD, but y'all working on it together. What date was that?
That would have been the 10th, whenever the vehicle was found that night.
And would it be a fair statement to say when Jay Lee disappeared initially, and even up until the time that Mr. Herrington was arrested, the activity that you talked about today, as far as Mr. Harrington searching certain things, that was not unique to him. You searched a lot of other people's messages, things like that on Facebook, students and other people, members of my family. You would find the same and similar type search engines, would you not? Search conduct.
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection. Rephrase your question anyway.
Did y'all search anybody else's Facebook pages before? Did you do any searches of any Facebook pages besides Mr. Harrington?
No,
So you don't know whether or not Jose Reyes or any of the other people that may have known Jay Lee or been associated with Jay Lee had similar searches on their Facebook and inquisitive comments and things like that, or searches. You can't say that they didn't do the same, right?
no, I can't say that they didn't do the same.
Okay. Now, you identified tell me how far back the Snapchat search went?
I'd have to have the Snapchat search warrant. It'll have the dates on it.
You only did July the 8th?
I'd have to have the Snapchat search warrant. I need to have the dates that are on that warrant.
When you searched Jay Lee's Snapchat, you found information on there, I assume, based on what I've been provided, that there was a lot of conversations between Jay Lee and other people that he had apparently had sexual relationships with, contact with, things of that nature, right?
I know he was speaking to a lot of people. I don't remember the nature of every single message, so I'm not sure.
Appeared by the nature of those conversations, the possibility or probability existed that he was in a relationship with a number of different people.
Objection, speculation.
Part of his investigation.
I'm gonna ask him what he remembers from that Snapchat.
I just remember viewing it. I don't remember finding anything inside of his Snapchat that we marked down.
Thought was remarkable at all.
Yeah.
Did you find any conversations in those chats, any messages, or anything similar to any of the type of conversations that
you've identified in the Snapchat that published to the jury.
Which, you mean the red eye Snapchat, the red eye _24? I don't remember whether I did or not.
All right. Did you look for any other conversations pertaining to things that Jay Lee may have said similar to the things that he said to Mr. Herrington on the date, July the 8th, that you introduced through your search here today?
I know on,
Say that.
Objection on relevance.
I think it'd be relevant.
He has discussed, there's different comments, I'm not sure what comment he's referring to, he said similar to the thing.
I'm gonna get to it. I mean, but still, I'm just asking you to find similar comments, conversations between Jay Lee and other individuals using the same terminology, things of that nature. With
Well,
other
that question.
individuals.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Certainly. Y'all back anyway, and I appreciate y'all remember the court's instructions.
This is my introduction.
I'm gonna. Oh,
Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mr. Horan, I'm not gonna judge the whole book by its cover. If that means anything.
Right.
If y'all get me down to particular
Instances?
instances, I'll make a one by one decision on them, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. I think what I can do is, Your Honor, without it even from being confusing, I think I just show the highlighted portions of what I've got of all these text messages, chats.
Are these out of something that's already been introduced into evidence?
It is.
Which exhibit are we talking about?
Talking about the
Snapchat or?
chat.
Well, Your Honor, what we introduced was the search warrant and then of the Snapchat, and then we introduced a portion of the chat from that search warrant. That's what's been introduced. What Mr. Creekmore was referring to was the issue of third-party guilt. This is a separate issue that as to hearsay. The case law says that when criminal defendants, it says that.
Let's don't run that rabbit right yet. Now I want to find out what he's offering in the testimony, and then I'll have use for more information, but
Okay.
I want to see what he's offering first, and then that will.
Your Honor, I can state into the record, I think it'd be easier to do that. And I'm not going to identify the recipient of the information because I don't think it's
Tell me
relevant.
what was said.
By Jay Lee.
By Jay Lee. Or you can tell me what your conversation was, just don't give me any names at this time anyway.
An individual texts Sucker for Jay and says, "Whoa, physical assault already?" Sucker for Jay response, "I want to punch you." Your Honor, it does have other conversations placed in context as far as relationship. I don't think the content.
Is that there's a lot of people in the world I want to punch, but not in a sexual nature. If that makes any sense anyway. I don't know if there's enough information there to decide what the nature of it is.
Again, that's the basis of it. There's additional language in there that indicates that but they're talking about a part of your body. It's all kind of sexual.
Just show it to me anyway.
All that particular page down to the blue part. Just read that whole page.
Part or into the blue part.
Above the blue part.
And I'm not clear, is this already, what are you referring to? Is this marked for ID?
It says chat. So it's got the sucker for whatever medium that the handle, if you see B, was sucker for Jay Lee, is it, whichever one that was.
This has already been received into evidence?
I
what
don't
you're
know how
looking
much
at?
of it y'all put, I don't know how much of the document y'all put into evidence.
No, I'm asking about what you're referring to.
I don't know.
Don't know if you're
how
referring
much
to-
y'all put in, and whether this has been introduced or not.
If he could establish what he's,
If it's in evidence, it's in evidence.
In evidence.
If it's not in
That's what I
evidence,
want to
we
know.
got
That's
something
the
to argue
question.
about.
This is in evidence.
All
Not evidence.
let me see.
No. It's ID'd at this time.
It's not in evidence. Your Honor, we introduced the Snapchat, I apologize, we introduced the Snapchat search warrant, and then we introduced a portion of the chats. This portion is not in evidence. That's what we're trying to say.
All right.
Now, what I'm saying is, these portions are ID. He's identified these in his ID part when he testified that these have been identified as being all the proper authenticated documents of the Snapchat that he's subpoenaed for the relevant time frame, from May all the way up until the day of the offense.
I'm on.
I have more.
All right. I want to read this.
Wait, give me the other.
Snapchat, it was 27. 28 is in evidence, 28, 27 is just not.
27 is ID.
And make sure I'm on the right page. The left hand is the fender, okay.
That's Google. Here you go. 27. This is 27, 28. Those are the messages.
This is 28. 28 is in.
Yes.
Can we put a clip on this? Where's 27?
That's not from if Your Honor, if those are from Jay Lee's account, that's not from the Snapchat return. Jay Lee's, they did the Snapchat return on Red Eye 24. The messages that we introduced are from the Snapchat return of Red Eye 24. We never actually introduced, the evidence of the Jay Lee's account because he talked about his investigation and getting the download from it, but we never introduced the Snapchat of Jay Lee's account. So those haven't been authenticated yet.
27 is the search for Snapchat for records.
Yeah.
And then 26 is the
Are we talking about, this information above this line here?
That's the relevant part. That just leads up to that.
And when is this?
Back in June.
I'm on, as to the two locations that, that are mentioned there, I don't think it amounts to nothing. I don't think it means much.
Well, I got some others just to show.
But I won't, as to those, I think. TMN, but
Here's the other one. You're just more particular.
I'm gonna take a real quick break. I'll be right back and I won't get back on the record anyway. And,
Judge, I may have to leave it cleared up.
okay,
I'm going to introduce return on the Snapchat record, have him identify these records consistent with what he had in his return.
get me clarified before the jury gets back as to what documents we're dealing with, okay?
All right, we good.
Then I'll make some rules.
This one right here. I'm gonna, again, Your Honor,
Department, is that right?
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right, is there any objections, once he's laid a foundation as to what this is to those statements highlighted in blue?
Yeah, multi-fold. My objection first is, Your Honor, one of the statements I looked at, when you read it in context, it's clearly flirtation. Obviously, we don't want to put it into context. It's also, that one was from like June of 23, but if you black out, it takes off the context. But I would also say, Your Honor, that we believe it's hearsay because it's the victim's, put forth as the victim statement. The reason that when we introduced the statement of Timothy Herrington is because that was the defendant's statement of a party opponent, but they have not introduced the extra exception for why that is not hearsay. But, and then Mr. Creekmore had something regarding third-party guilt.
I don't see anything, I would say this, I don't see anything in the statements that would indicate that they're trying to establish a different suspect. Is that,
No, sir.
I don't see anything in the statements that I don't think that's really relevant anyway.
If that's the case, then it is not relevant.
Well, I don't know what the
Made similar
purpose is.
comments, just like they're just introduced into evidence to other people. I'm not gonna put the recipient's name in it.
If he's saying, basically, y'all have introduced evidence saying, are you gonna whoop me? Or am I coming over there for ass whooping or something like that? I think the terminology was anyway. If he said something similar to other people, I'm going to, there's one in there I'm not going to. I just don't see that.
Your Honor, we have a case that's fairly similar.
Do what now?
We have a case that's fairly similar in facts to where we are right now. It's Garlington v. State, 349 Southern 3rd, 782. And in that case, they were trying to introduce, the defense was trying to introduce proof that somebody else could have done it based on a statement made by someone that was not present to testify. And that's what we have here. We have statements that are contained in the messages, but that person is not here to testify. We're not here to be able to, they're not here for us to be able to.
I would like to know what your line of questions is. Are you trying to develop another suspect or not? And I don't read them like that, but tell me what you're trying to do and what the nature of your question would be.
Their whole basis, the whole body of their case is that I think we're gonna hear that our client, or they're insinuating from these messages that our client solicited him to come over there and do certain things. Unfortunately, when you hear the rest of the evidence, there's some other related in, other documentation is going to indicate that the alleged victim in this case started the conversation. In what they produced right now, there's clearly a statement in there that says, you better not try to do anything, not going to turn out good for you. Well,
Your Honor, first of all, I hate to interrupt his argument, but he started out wrong. The conversation between Jay.
let me finish. Could I finish?
Hang on, let me see. Do what now?
Conversation between Tim Herrington and Jay Lee was begun by Tim Herrington. That was a mistake of law. I mean, of the facts.
Yeah.
Just give me to what was said, that you find that you have a right to introduce this.
In the conversation, there's two things that basically the theme that they're trying to lay out is that our client solicited him to come back over there. Is in their particular evidence that they've introduced at this time. Included in that is a statement wherein Jay Lee, according to their evidence, made a comment to our client about, it's not gonna turn out well for you if it goes bad. That's in, not only that, but the discovery material that's been provided on other media, which they're gonna assume they're gonna get in at some point in time. In this particular evidence that they provided in discovery, he's identified as, that he's did 2 subpoenas and one of them was Snapchats of Sucker or Jay says, I got a pitch and you better not be trying to pull a fast one on me about what I'm saying. He's talking about conversations about hooking up and getting together. That's consistent with what they've already introduced to negate.
I don't see that's, I'm having a hard time with those particular words, find and revel. You don't pull a fast one on me. I don't find it to be relevant to the information the state has put forward. There's some more documents there that you wished I may find a different ruling on.
Your Honor,
Yeah,
if I could,
Hey, go ahead.
basically, I can get the exhibit.
while he's doing that, I just want to clarify, what we introduced, it starts off with, who is this? Jay did not start that conversation. Someone said, who is this?
I've ruled for you. I'd hush if I was you.
I would say, paragraph 84 of the Garland case, it said that the defense presented no evidence at all that that person that they were trying to bring in a statement against had been implicated in any way with respect to the crime. And I think that's what we have here. There's no implication that this person, whoever they are, it's not in court today, has any implication in what's going on here today.
I don't necessarily think that that's been offered for that purpose, but at the same time, I don't think the statement that you just made is anyhow relevant in this particular case. There may be some of those highlighted that you have that are, but I don't think that one is anyway.
Your Honor, again, conversation, I just want to say it one more time so the court's clear. Conversation initiated by Sucker or Jay. We found out that's Jay Lee. Who the TF is this? Initiated by Mr. Lee. In the body of what they introduced in the evidence is clearly a quote, a statement from Jay Lee. If you try something fast, it won't end up good for you. That's a statement from Jay Lee to my client. It's introduced in the evidence at this time. Similar statement made by Jay Lee that I've just spoken into the record to another individual during the course of a hookup, indicating to him, we're going to get together. I'm letting you know something goes. I'm going to make sure.
Let back up through that. I think let me read this line before that anyway.
What I was going.
I took it to be if you don't show up.
No, it's not about you don't show up.
One of them was. Let me look at it again. Anyway.
All right, what do you want to look at? Judge?
One statement you just read.
Okay.
I want to look at the.
Contract. The one that was, is that the one that the exhibit?
28.
Yeah. That's the one.
Look at the second page, Your Honor.
I'm not talking about Jay Lee's statement. I'm talking
Okay.
about the statement, the highlighted in blue statement.
I found it.
Trying to question the witness.
Right here. I don't know how similar those two thought processes to each other and having the exact same comment.
One of them appears to be, this one appears to be asking for a picture. I got a picture and better not be trying to pull a fast one. I'm for about what I'm saying. Laugh out loud anyway. Yeah, I can't see it. I don't think that the context of asking for a picture is relevant to this particular case. You have, and I'm finding it's not. There was other documents there that you were attempted to, and as I said, I'll judge them on a case individual basis.
Your Honor. Second one is the comment that during the course of a conversation with the individual questions, Mr. Circuit Court J, Mr. J. Lee, whoa, physical assault already? And he says, I want to punch you. And they get down to having some conversations about fighting.
Let me see.
Later on, way down.
All right, I won't go up.
Read from the bottom up.
Sucker for J. Lee asked the person, send pictures of you. The other person replies, when I lift weights, I feel like the Hulk. Sucker, J. Lee says, you act like yours any bigger. The other person says, I'm positive, I've seen your arms. J. Lee says, you sure? The other person says, no, because you can't hurt me. J. Lee says, is that bad? And the other person says, whoa, physical assault already? J. Lee says, I want to punch you. The other person says, that's crazy. The other person says, on down here, Jay Lee says, you're just mean to me. And I think that could be a frown in
Thanks, emoji. Yes.
frown.
You're getting better, Judge.
All right. The other person says, how? Jay Lee says, you're so mean. Other person says, I think, yeah. The Jay Lee says, F you. Other person says, I don't fight women. Jay Lee says, you want to fight.
I think it actually goes the other way.
Do what?
I think it actually goes the other way because he says, I don't fight women. And then Jay Lee says, F you.
Jay Lee says, you want to fight.
It's actually, from the timestamps, John, I believe it reads from the bottom up. So it actually, he says, I don't fight women. And I believe Jay Lee's response is F you. So it's like the conversation goes from the bottom up.
I don't, okay, I seen that. You want to fight? I don't fight
does,
women.
goes
If you're so mean, you're mean to me. I think
Yeah.
it's very marginal value, but I'm gonna let you talk about that, but I'm gonna get the state to talk about all of it.
You already denied the one I really wanted.
Do what?
You already denied the one I really wanted.
Okay. That one,
Those two?
does not appear to be, asking for pictures is what it seems to be in context to, and I find that's not relevant in this case. But on the one that, the one he just said there, if he introduces part of it, I'll let you cover the whole spectrum anyway, if you like.
And for context, he had a lot of different pages. That's
That
the one?
information that I just read anyway.
Mark that for ID right now so that we
I haven't introduced, I'm just gonna move on to something else.
Okay. We're gonna move on to something else, I said. All right, show the jury in. I will, Mr. Hogan, I want to make sure you know that the one that happened on the day of the July the 8th, you can introduce that if you want to.
Your Honor,
Two out of
probably
three.
before I rest,
Two out of three ain't bad.
I'll have him mark and
I'll let you make, mark them, and identify them. You think you can identify them, with the jury sitting here adequately? Ms. Tolan, you think you'll be able to identify them adequately for the record with the jury sitting here?
I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you, Ken, okay. All right, you want to do that now?
I do. I get that out of the way, Your Honor.
Let the reflective respect the one that, there's only one that I denied you the right to qualify, to object on, okay?
Right, that's right. Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I think what I'll do is mark those that, before obviously won't introduce any, but since we've had discussions about the highlighted portions, I'll mark them as highlighted for purposes of the record, so you can, it'll be clear on the record. Fair enough?
Okay.
I'd like to have, these other ones marked by identification, please. There's 4 of them, separate.
That's just one composite exhibit, is that correct? 137? You got 30?
Do it separate,
You
because
wanted
you
separate
ruled on them
exhibits.
separate.
Okay, all right. I would like for you to state for the record the one that I denied you, whichever one that was.
Detective, I want to hand you.
But Mr. Horan, before you get into that, I'd like to record, I don't know which number got assigned to each record. Courts, I think, only denied the admissibility or the question of one. Please identify which one that was. Okay, okay, before we're through anyway, so the record be complete.
All right, I will. Your Honor, before we go through, you allow 41 at appropriate time to be introduced once it's.
What number?
41.
Is that a new one that we hadn't talked about, or did I get lost? Or did I lose?
Tell me you want me to let you know which one was the exhibit that you said wasn't this one, this
All
one.
right, I had 30, how many did you had 4 documents? What was
37 is the return.
Okay, 37 was returned. Okay, that got me off of, I didn't get that.
Your Honor, can we approach just briefly?
Okay, let's make it real brief.
Detective, I want to hand you, what's been marked and, for identification. Can you tell me whether or not that appears to be the return of the Snapchat conversation, some of which we talked about earlier today, for, the Sucker for J. Lee account?
This is the return for the Snapchat account
Okay.
associated with I am Jaylee and Sucker for Jaylee.
I move for introduction of that.
Same objections. My objection previously was to hearsay, and he hasn't articulated why the statement of Jimmie is not hearsay.
This is just the, this is just the return.
Right, it is.
I'm gonna omit the return into evidence.
Okay. And this other's been marked. You indicated during your direct examination that you, did a search warrant for the, entertainment of Mr. Harrington's car. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not get a return?
I don't believe so. The data was unusable.
You didn't get anything back on the entertainment center indicating, that it's been sent to you? As a result of your search warrant?
I don't understand the question.
I hand you, what's been marked, or needs to be marked for identification as. Oh, I was sent a return. Hey. Go through the car first. Did you, were you involved in taking actual possession of Mr. Harrington's car?
No, sir.
Did you, when you went and got the search warrant for the entertainment center or information center in that car, how did that transpire? How did that
I don't understand what you're asking. Are you asking about how we got the search warrant?
seized the car, how did it come to be that you got custody of it, get the search warrant on the car?
Oxford Police Department had possession of the car.
Okay, but you did the search warrant, correct?
I did the search warrant for the entertainment system, not the vehicle.
Okay, and is your understanding that you did not get a
Clarify return. What do you mean by return?
anything, when you issued search warrant, got a return, did anything come back from the manufacturer of that vehicle for you?
So Lynn Starkey in DeSoto County is the one who dumped it for us, and the data was just unusable.
I'll let the witness respond to about what he knows and doesn't know. If he doesn't, I don't know enough to rule on your objection anyway. Let's see how far we get.
You just testified that you, got DeSoto County to do a dump off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did they return that dump to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it provided no evidentiary value whatsoever, fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And, you remember when you got that?
I do not.
Okay. Like to have this mark? I'm gonna do it as a composite. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't have any biographical. For the record, I'm gonna just do 2 pages of it. There is some information on some of the other pages. So, composite for identification offered in the evidence.
Your Honor, objection to hearsay.
I don't know what we're looking at there, so I can't tell you if it's hearsay or not anyway. Let the witness identify it if he can.
I'll do it that way.
And then I'll make a ruling, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Have it marked for identification. 2 pages. Detective, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification. It's the exhibit number 42. Can you identify that as being, can you identify that as all both pages?
I personally can't say that it's all the report. I can identify that there are 2 pages here, and it says end of report on the bottom of the 2nd page. But I didn't write this.
I'm not saying, can you identify that particular item? Is that the return of the search warrant from the information center that you got? Send it up there.
This is Lynn Starkey's report on when he downloaded the data from the Ford's sync module.
Read, can you identify it?
I can identify the car as Tim Herrington.
Okay. If you look at the bottom of the report,
Your Honor, the witness has
It appears to be pictured the car, yes. Can you identify the car?
I did, I thought I did.
That's just, can you identify the
Oh,
car?
I-
Just say it like that.
Can you identify that item, that particular document? Can you identify the car?
I can identify the car in the pictures.
Okay.
I didn't write the report, so I don't know what's in
I'm
it.
not-
And this isn't what we received as a return as a result of that search warrant.
What, that's in the file that they provided to me. You
Your Honor,
identify the
witness
car.
has answered the question. This is not what they received as a return. Denied.
The last question I heard asked was, can you identify that car?
Can you identify the car?
Yes, this is
All
Timothy.
right, look at the
Herrington's
second
vehicle.
page. Look at it really good. It's not a trick question. Can you identify, read that page, can you identify that particular item? Something that y'all received.
All right, personally, I don't know what this is in the picture. I can't explain. It just looks like a hard piece of technology to me. But Lynn writes what it is in the picture or in the report.
I'll
If
introduce,
he doesn't know what it is, if he doesn't know what it is.
Identify the car.
put it on.
I'll withdraw the second page.
I know the vehicle is Tim Harrington's vehicle. I saw that.
I move for introduction of the vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay and to relevance. This is hearsay because although it was received via a search warrant, there's no certificate of authenticity. He's saying it's a vehicle. If you want pictures of the vehicle, redact all the language off of it. Your Honor, it's
I
hearsay.
don't know what's contained on the thing is that right now, all we know is that the witness has identified that vehicle. Anything else will come off anyway.
Can you identify the vehicle in the photograph?
Yes.
Move for introduction of the photograph.
Let me see what it's on there besides the vehicle anyway. And,
Okay, detective,
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, it's admissible.
I don't think there's anything that hadn't been, they did a dump on it anyway.
Your Honor, can I don't want to belabor the point. This is a report, an agency report.
Objection, Your Honor.
8036 allows for introduction.
Hang on 1 second. You've asked for this to be introduced in the evidence.
That's right.
I'm gonna let this page be introduced into evidence.
Thank you.
All right, we'll fight the next battle when we get there, but
Yes.
I'm gonna let that be introduced into evidence. And I'm sure that's not gonna be the last fight. That particular page comes into evidence. The second page doesn't come into evidence.
Not
Okay,
yet.
the witness says he don't know what that is. All right, go ahead.
You indicated that this second page, the first page and the second page was the report of Detective Stark, correct?
Yes.
That is a regularly kept record, business, public record, a report that y'all keep within y'all's agency, correct? That he kept.
It's not my agency.
I'm laying the foundation for 803 introduction, Your Honor.
I'm going to let you ask the question.
Just trying to speed up the process. This is a report that Detective Starkey worked for y'all at this time. He did as a part that worked, it's a report for, not for y'all, but for Oxford Police Department.
He didn't work for Oxford Police Department. He worked for DeSoto Police Department, I think.
He sent this report and placed in your file, is what I meant to say. This report came to y'all,
Yes.
became part of your investigative file,
Yes.
right? As part of this report, became a part and parcel of your entire investigative file in this particular case, right?
Yes.
Move for introduction at this time.
I hear your objection.
Objection, Your Honor. He skipped over the part where it's a regularly conducted business activity. It's not a regularly conducted business activity.
I'm gonna deny the introduction as a regular kept business record. If every police report would be introduced into evidence, if that was the case, and I don't think we tried, I'll let you talk to your folks as a witness about it, but even if the detective whose report was there was sitting here, I would not allow the introduction of their report. I would allow you to cross-examine them on that report. I would not allow the introduction.
No, no, 8036 clearly says once it becomes part of confrontation clause doesn't apply to a defendant. Only applies to the state.
I'm not worried. I think it's hearsay.
I'll move on now.
If every police report, because it was a police report, got introduced into evidence, we'd just let the witnesses read police reports. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, Detective, when you got engaged in this particular investigation, and you subpoenaed the Red Eye account, can you tell me when that Red Eye account was opened? Pursuant to what's been introduced in the evidence. What did your report tell me?
I would need to look at the subpoena or the return that we were given.
Is it a fair statement it was not opened up on July the 8th or July the 7th, 2022?
That the report itself was not open?
The Red Eye account was not open on that particular date.
What do you mean created? So it was created previously, but
It's created previous.
okay, yeah, created, okay.
Fair statement, your recollection, that was sometime months prior to that the Red Eye account was opened up. Is that right?
Yes, it was created and deactivated and then reactivated.
Activated, reactivated.
Yeah, deactivated, reactivated, deactivated again, reactivated again. I don't remember how many times, but I know that it was activated and deactivated and then reactivated.
And you done a lot of these types of subpoenas, correct?
I did a bunch of them I personally didn't send the subpoena. This was Detective Baker's subpoena that I was there whenever it came back. So I have not done subpoenas like this. I write search warrants. I've never issued subpoenas like this.
But my question is, been involved in investigations where you've seen similar activities where accounts are activated, reactivated, things like that on these Snapchats, people literally go on for a while, then they open them back up. And they have 5 or 6 of them, right? You've seen that before, haven't you?
Not in my investigations. Most of the time people have a single account and they use that single account. And if they have an alternate, they're not deactivating it and reactivating it and deactivating it and reactivating it. They're usually they have the single and then the alternate.
As far as your previous testimony pertaining to Jay Lee, blocking, opening up, you testified about having blocked message.
It blocked an account with the username Tim Herrington.
Did he block anybody previously that night other than this account?
I am not certain.
Or you indicated on direct examination that you looked at his block history.
Yes, there were a lot of people on his blocked history.
All right.
It wasn't just Tim Herrington.
And it's fair to say that when you're looking at that block history, it's kind of like old school. Hanging up on somebody, you don't want to talk to them anymore, you unblock them sometimes. You saw that his block history, he's blocking and unblocking people throughout the entire history of that account, right?
I don't know if we ever could see whenever he would unblock a person. I think we just saw the blocked accounts.
His blocked accounts, you can't see when he unblocks.
I don't believe I ever saw like a page where it said blocked and then unblocked and then blocked and then unblocked. The page that we were talking about was, it just said blocked.
But you were looking at his block history, fair statement?
Yes.
And that was not unique to just Mr. Harrington's account, right? There were other accounts, like you said, he was blocked.
Yes, there was more than one account that he had blocked.
Now, you recall the first time that you went out to Molly Bar Apartments and engaged yourself in knocking on any doors?
I don't remember what day it was, no, sir.
Did you look at your report? You got your report with you?
I didn't write a report about that, I don't believe.
Be consistent with somewhere around early on in the investigation, right?
It would have been early on in the investigation. It would have been around the 10th or the 11th whenever we found the car.
And did you make any report or anything like that? Or have you seen anything in your report that indicate which doors that officers went to and knocked to see who may have been home, who was residents at that, or did you compile any summary pertaining to that?
I didn't create a summary pertaining to that, no, sir.
Did not? You know what officer may have done that?
I know a lot of officers that did that.
You don't know which one did it?
I'm not sure which one.
Y'all may be neat there.
I think I saw that.
Okay, well, I was just finna say we may be running late tonight, but we may not be anyway. Redirect.
Oh, sorry. Sergeant Douglas, I want to give you an opportunity to explain, we'll go back to the burla. They were talking about the burla. Explain what the burla download from Jay Lee's vehicle. Give you a full opportunity to explain what you were trying to say about why you all didn't rely upon it.
So whenever we got the return from Jay Lee's Burla, we didn't believe that the information was credible because there were multiple times where it would say like, driver door opened, driver door opened, driver door opened, driver door opened, but it was never closed. And so the driver door can't be opened 16 times and never close. Because of things like that, and because we had video footage that we knew that this is when the car was still, or we knew that this was when the car was driving, and it would say that it had been put into drive or put into neutral, things like that, where there were times that didn't match up with information that we knew, and there was information inside of it that was repeating that just, if you look at it, it just doesn't make sense on its own. And so we didn't believe that the information inside of the Burla reports for Jay Lee's car were credible.
And did the Burla report even have a time stamp, or I guess time zone? Like what?
I remember that the digital copy did, the one that you receive that way. This one doesn't say, but I know that both of them had converted it at some point, but I'm not sure what they converted it from or what they used to convert it.
You were asked about the searches on the Facebook, Timothy Herrington searches for Jay Lee. Facebook, when did the BOLO go out? Which I believe is Be on the Lookout. When did that first out, if you remember?
I don't know about the BOLO. I know that the public service, like the public announcement on Facebook and all that kind of stuff, that went out on July 10th.
And after that came out, did several people reach out to you, to UPD and to OPD regarding to help with this investigation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was Khalid Fears one of those people?
Yes.
Okay. And why did he reach out?
He had spoken to Jay Lee
Okay.
the night that he went missing.
And did Timothy Herrington reach out?
He did not.
One final question. When was the Red Eye 24 account closed?
July 8th. On July 8th is whenever the Red Eye 24 account was deactivated.
So it was deactivated on July 8th.
Yes.
No further questions, John.
All right, that came to a head there all at once anyway. May this witness be finally excused, or would you ask him to remain on the screen?
He should remain under subpoena, Your Honor.
Officer, excuse me, Douglas, you can be excused today. You can't be in the courtroom, and you don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. You're subject to being recalled in a later time. So don't discuss your testimony with anyone, okay? But you're free to go. You go where you want, jump in this courtroom. Make sure that both parties can get in touch with you if they need you back. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. All right, it's 4:44. But if you got a witness, we can get some good out of it. Y'all not eating supper till 7 o'clock tonight anyway, and so we might as well be doing something anyway. If you got a witness that's available, I want to get started on them. If you don't, we'll do something different. If you got a witness we can get started on with today? Y'all come talk to me about our progress so far. I know what I think about our progress so far, but y'all may have a different assessment of it than I do. Pack up and go home, try to get ready to go home. You know anything else we're gonna need for the record today? If not, I'm gonna let Honey Lamb go home.
I believe we can probably say we're done with the record.
I do want to put something on.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Incorrect.
Mr.
Whoever they are.
Well, Your Honor, the one that we had, for Renaissance Bank, I believe
What
was
now? From where?
Renaissance Bank.
Renaissance Bank, okay.
It's a business record. No, that's not it. That is a business record.
What do they want to do?
I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm not waiting for him to finish.